Hello, everyone. Welcome to a weekly Yetis. Now, it's been quite a while that I've been on here myself, but I am super happy to be back. And I feel like this Yeti is going to be really fun just because we're jam-packed getting ready for Worlds coming up. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm joined over here on the caster desk today with Freedom. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well as well. Yeah, no, I mean, I haven't casted in a while, ever since Oceania Nats. Quite excited to watch Worlds because I know that you're one of the casters for Worlds.
Indeed, I am, and I am super excited for that. It's gonna be so much fun. I can't wait. It's already Wednesday coming up is we're gonna be going out there. So it's like I can't contain myself. But before we get there, we're gonna start seeing what people are gonna be playing today. And I think today's gonna kind of be a fun day. I know some people are probably gonna be doing some testing for their 3v3 Ascent World decks maybe. But I think a lot of people are just wanting to have a little bit of fun, no pressure tournament here whatsoever. Going to be able to really run out those ideas. And we're sort of in an off season in Grand Archive. There isn't any like Ascents, Nationals, Regionals, Store Champs coming up just because of our World's events. So it gives a time for a lot of these players to just play with stuff they actually want to play with rather than more of a competitive edge if they so choose. Is there anything particularly that you're looking forward or hoping we see today?
Like yeah, like you said, we are in an off season, so like in New Zealand, we've got 2 months until the next set. We've got no regionals, no store champs left. I've been having fun with myself with some Water Terra Kong Ming. Super fun, not meta at all. No pressure on that. So ever since the BNR, this meta has kind of been like blown wide open. Like there's a lot of decks that are viable. We've got like Wind Luxor, and we've got but like Pfizer. We've got now like Crux Wind Lorraine. We've seen Fractals are still a deck, but and now we're just seeing a lot of like Neos Tony. I'm excited to see some more Neos Tenoris.
Ooh, that's something I've only heard rumors
Mm,
about here, actually. I haven't actually seen it with my eyes. So if we get
yeah.
a Neos Tony, that'd be really awesome to be able to see just how they're really operating. Because I know the introduction of MRC Alter, which just came out a couple of weeks ago, gave Tony a couple more fun little toys and tricks to have in the arsenal. I know the
Mm.
one that the Thorn Sentinel that has the gives your champion the Spell Shroud is really helpful against certain decks as well. And then you did mention Fractals is still a playable deck. With the ban list that did happen, Dissonant Fractal immediately went to category 3. Banned, out if you're no one's allowed to run it anymore. And all that really did for that deck is it slowed it down slightly, and it's harder for Fractals to find their win condition off of those glimpsing. They can still, though, swarm the board with Fractals and then burst asunder you before you even expect it.
Mm. Like, yeah, exactly. It delays them like a turn or two, so they lose a bit of consistency, but they still win the same way.
Mhm. Indeed, and we're already getting into our game one here of round one. We have KB Destro on the Wind Luxem against Code Yo. It appears to be a Fire Aggro Xander. Now, this is going to be the pinnacle of card games in general. You have control versus aggro, and traditionally, aggro will win this 9 out of 10 times if they
Mm.
stick to their game plan and don't misplay here. But in Grand Archive, there's a particular back and forth that a lot of gameplay can show. So how do you think this Luxemzander is going to be trying to stabilize to stay in this game?
So I think so. KB Destroyer is going to have to see his either his Veiling Winds, his Veiling Breezes. He's going to have to see any of his ensnaring fumes, just any of those like kind of like preventions. He's also going to have to watch for any misplays or miscalculations, and then punish Kodio on his Pfizer.
Yes, exactly. And we're actually seeing the punishment start early here. Code Yo started with a Xiao Cao into a red hair, one of the very traditional combinations for fire aggro. But on the activation of red hair, we see a stifling trap targeting the Xiao Cao, removing it, and now red hair is a sitting duck. You no longer have a unique human to be able to remove that pride level. So it's just a
Mm.
3/3 that does nothing until your next turn. So KB Destro already starting early, stemming the bleeding, making sure there is no excess damage being pushed through because every damage counter counts in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I think both players are now well, the thing about like Pfizer and Win Luxem is that you have to calculate like your lethal every turn because like then how much you need for exact lethal just changes every turn. A lot of chip damage and then like a surprise slice and dice will just finish the game off. For yeah, for punishing Pfizer with the Xiao Chao the stifling trap on Xiao Chao. The red here, oh, it's already gone. But you can leave red here on the field as long as you can get rid of what's activating it.
Indeed, yeah. It's
Mm,
it's enabled by other cards. By itself, it really doesn't do much, especially in aggro decks, because you're never going to be hitting that Pride 3 level. And we see
mm,
KB Destro already taking advantage of a new MRC Alter card, which is the Windblessed Lookout, our technical replacement for the banned variant of it,
mm.
and gets you that prep counter on enter. And then we saw an Ace and Protector returning that back to hand, and then now removing the red hair, and then the Windblessed Lookout is still there, able to get that third prep counter, which may be that important slice and dice prep counter.
I think he's just trying it out. It is great, and it's great that you can get an earlier slices as it kind of gives you that line. I do like. I mean, I see that Kodio has just activated his next Arthur, so that would have enabled the red here. But luckily, KB Destro got rid of that the red here with the Ace and Protector.
Indeed, and
Mm,
pretty much board control here for KB Destro. There is an Immortal Arthur, but no damage is
mm,
actually being pushed through. And if you're playing against aggro Xander, if they spend a turn not dealing you damage, then you're gonna feel pretty comfortable in that position because it's that incremental, like a couple damage there, a
mm,
couple damage there until you get to that burst turn where like, oh, I really can't take any more damage at all. But we're already level 1 with Xander, being your total health is 19. You have, I believe, 0 damage counters on your champion itself, and you've already pushed 5 damage to the enemy spirit. And a slice and dice here might even be lethal, and exactly that's what it is.
that
Mercenary
is.
Blade, removing prep counter, and then we're gonna get 3 + 1 for the Mercenary Blade, so that's 4 going to 9, and then another 6, which is gonna be exactly 15. And we just saw exactly what that Windblessed Lookout is able to do,
Mm.
and this variant, we haven't actually been able to do this since the banning of Korhazi Outlook.
I think So yeah, the win best look giving you that earlier slice and dice play. I think KB Destro knows this matchup. He knows what he has to do. He can't, for example, like this deck can go to Luxem, but he just does not have that time. So he's gonna have to go for those slice and dice kills. Mm,
It's sort of a there's been a
mm,
deck running around that's Wind Xander aggro. It's the aggressive version of the Xander. You pretty much cut all the Luxem cards, cut the late game cards, and you run a lot of allies, prep counter generation, and of course the bread and butter of the deck, the slice and dice. So I just feel like
mm.
in this particular matchup, KB Destro just needs to either lean towards that to try and sneak out those early kills, or they could commit into the longer game. But as you saw, if you answer the red hair, answer the Zhao Cow, and the Arthur did nothing because it came on turn 2 immortal, you have control, complete control over the board, and you can just do whatever you want. You're feeling no pressure from your opponent whatsoever. And it's almost like the roles were completely reversed. The aggro deck was the one who was needing to play control.
Yeah, unfortunately, like yeah, Kodio couldn't find any kind of like couldn't find a way to like keep tempo on the board, keep any allies on board. He was already punished. I could think that was what like a turn 4 finish.
I believe that was turn 3. Turn 1 was materialization of the spirit and had the surveil the winds. And then turn 2 was Korhazi Asen. And then turn 3 was Korhazi
And
Slice and
slice.
Dice and
Yeah,
Xander. Yeah.
yeah. Pretty. That's actually quite pretty lucky from KBD with the draws and the prep counters, and immediately having the slice and dice in hand. Now, what do you think? Would they change anything in their sideboards into this game?
Ooh, sideboard wise is kind of one of those things where if it worked out so well for you the first time, what do you
Mm,
really need to like change in this instance. I think maybe KB Destro is going to be bringing in those Dream Fairies and that additional Stifling Trap to go ahead and have a little bit more of those aggressive lines
Mm,
once more. There is an argument where you could be like, well, if I'm pushed late game, I could bring in a Luxem Sight and be able to recover
mm,
some. But I really don't think KB Destro is going to want to play that late game. It's going to be pushing in for that damage
mm,
and try and
mm,
get there as fast as possible. On the side of
mm.
Code Yo, do you see anything that's sort of ringing in like, hey, you need to bring this in right now?
Possibly you might want to put in his incapacitates just to stop anything like well, like Surveil the Winds or Fury Whispers, and like that. It's not like they're not great cards to incapacitate, but you want to somehow stop the Wind Luxem from getting any kind of the engine running.
Hmm.
Mm,
Yeah. Yeah, Incapacitate's a really good card. The only downside is the cost reduction is only from a class
mm,
bonus, and we saw Code Yo did not make it to class assassin that last game. So maybe instead of going into Quicksilver Grill, you're gonna have to go immediately into Xander, prevent that
mm,
cheese turn 3 win here, get that additional extra life just thanks to the level up of the champion and try and go from there, which exactly Kodio is opting into. Plus, it's going to help enable the class bonus for your Korhazi courier that's on the field as
mm,
well.
mm. Like, um, I think it's kind of funny that Agrosander is meant to be like a very fast deck that can win in turn 2 and 3. But now we've just seen here that Win Luxem can go even faster, even quicker.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's. I do feel like though we're seeing kind of a slower start with the Sadie, a little bit more traditional. Like here we see Kodyo trying to get that Zhao Kao red hair combination, and are we going
Hmm.
to see a stifling trap in activation of the red hair again, or is this red hair finally going to be able to turn sideways and put some damage counters on the spirit? Which we are. We exactly get that here. I don't believe there's any cards in hand. Everything is down in memory for Code Yo,
Mm.
so you're not going to get the on attack trigger. And even with the Korhazi, I believe it is a draw then discard. Uh, if I'm not mistaken, with the on hit, but it looks like maybe Kodio did not opt into doing that there.
Mm.
Kate B, leveling up into Xander. Is this a moment when you're going to be kind of concerned now since your opponent has really filled a aggressive board?
So I think it's interesting that he and like that Koyo has gone straight for the champion to hit, because he could have punished that Sadie or at least got the Sadie off the board. So because KBD Shrew was only had 3 in hand, which only allowed him to bounce the Sadie, return the Sadie to hand. He couldn't do anything like stifling traps. He kind of like bait and white because if he activates the red here, then yeah, you could stifling trap the Sadie, the Xiao Chao, but then you'd leave yourself open for you'd leave Sadie open to be hit because you wouldn't be able to return Sadie. So there was a bit of a mix, whether or not KB Dictionary had a Sliffing Trap in hand.
Yeah, it turns into a
Mm,
little awkward situation just from
mm,
the certain amount of prep counters either being able to save Sadie or to save or prevent the red hair from attacking. Although I think if you
mm,
did prevent the red hair from attacking, you'd be in a much better spot than trying to save your Sadie, just because you two for
mm,
one your opponent in that aspect here. But we see Sadie gonna go ahead, attack 2 into the red hair. We're gonna return Sadie,
mm,
get a prep counter, and then attack into the red hair again. And now that is going to be the agility 3 trigger, just because we did go ahead and get the confirmed kill on the red hair. KB Destro is going to go ahead and pass the turn, pick up 3 from their memory back into their hand. And we're going to see how Kodio is going to respond to this. The Sadie is going to start becoming a nuisance if they're not able to either push through damage or just catch KB Destro off guard.
mm. I did particularly like that. Yeah, attack, bounce attack, agility 3. Now, well, red here was the only valid target, seeing as the other two have stealth. Seeing here, we've got Kogo with an impact hammer. It's kind of interesting. I don't often see Pfizer with impact hammers.
I feel like Impact Hammer is like a flavor of the month style of
Mm,
card, as a lot of fire aggressive decks were really on that train a couple ascents ago. I know Ascent Santa Clara and then a little bit of Ascent
mm.
Seattle. Everyone's like, Impact Hammer is such a good card. And now it's sort of died down again. People are like, oh, maybe I don't want to have to deal 2 damage to myself to be able to use this.
Like normally you'd see if someone has an impact hammer, then they've got probably possibly heated vengeance in the deck,
Hmm.
which we can see. Oh yeah, there we go. I can see that in Koyo he does run 3 copies of heated vengeance. Well, may possibly though when he materialized Impact Hammer, he may have top decked a red here. So it's kind of like a pass up. You want to he had 4 in hand, so you could do the heated vengeance, or you could play out a red here, activate a red here. Bit of a choice. 3 damage is good for consistent. 3 damage is great just for that kind of like you don't have to hit yourself with the hammer, giving yourself extra more damage for KB Destroy to punish, or you could just get more board presence.
Especially in this matchup, board presence is very important because the only really like total board removal that this Wind Xander is
Mm,
able to run is ensnaring fumes most of the time, and that is just a return everything to hand. And as a fire Xander aggro player, you don't mind having things returned to your hand. That increases
mm,
your influence again, allows you to find maybe a couple additional routes or things you didn't see. That even opens up like a double blazing throw if you have that because of Mercenary
mm.
Blade and Faruq's Soul Knife with the extra materialization from the material deck there. But KB had the Veiling Breeze when it mattered the most, pretty much stopping that turn in their tracks and getting a moment of respite. Now you didn't take the additional 5-6 damage on your turn. You're not really too pressured, and the Sadie is going to come back down and remove the red hair once more. But it looks like we're actually going directly into the champion here. And I wonder if there's going to be a potential slice and dice we're going to be looking
Mm.
at next turn, and you're just going to try and build up that damage as much as possible.
Now, I have a quite possibly. Have you seen a slice and dice in hand?
I have not been paying attention to
Mm,
exactly of KB's hand,
mhm,
mostly focused here on the board state itself.
mm,
There is quite a possibility. There trouble is with the glare, it is sometimes hard to see,
mm,
so I like to be pleasantly surprised if they're on next turn going to be a slice and dice. Sort of just count the routes we could possibly go down and see what is
mm,
actually chosen. And we're here on Code Yo's turn. A suspicious 2 cards in KB Destro's hand currently, and a bunch down in memory. This can yell a Veiling Breeze, or maybe those 2 cards are
mm.
just going to be there to save your Sadie. Who knows? But I think nonetheless, as Fire Aggro, you're going to make your opponent have an answer. And we're just going to
Mm.
probably turn cards sideways here.
Now I do like this blinding orb play. So even if it could be, you could force the Veiling Breeze this turn, or have him put them down. Yeah. Okay. But instead, he's responded with the ensnaring fumes just to return all allies to their hand.
And in Grand Archive, when you get ensnaring fumed on your turn, it's
Mm,
not the end of the
mm,
world. Since allies are able to attack the same turn that they enter the field in, you're
mm.
not missing out on too much. Yes, you have to go down on influence to replay everything, put a bunch of cards back down into memory, but it's not the end of the world, right? It is still a very possible to be aggressive on the same turn.
So I like as the opponent. It can also be beneficial to have your allies bounce back to hand, because in case you don't have enough you don't have enough influence to do this play. There are times where you don't want that ally on the board. You'd prefer it in hand, so that you could get the higher cost cards or something. We've seen that he's used his KB Destroy has used his preparation counters for the ensnaring fumes, but I've just seen that had a glimpse in his hand. He did have a Veiling Breeze, so he does have that option. So he's always had that in hand. So we're just going to see here that Koyo's just going to kind of reset his board state, get those allies back on the board, and then on the right turn, on his kill turn, he's just going to use the blinding orb, forcing KB Destroy to either activate his last Veiling Breeze or put them down.
Yeah, and you would
He's got
probably want to use the orb at the end of your opponent's turn, right? If they go to pass the
mm,
turn with 2 cards in hand, you want to orb there just to either be like, okay, either you put both your cards down now, or you have to do something immediately. And Veiling Breeze only lasts till the end of the turn, so
mm,
it wouldn't really do anything in that situation.
like a lot of games are decided at the end of someone's turn.
That is a
Things
very
like
true statement. Yeah.
yeah, I mean yeah, like and like as soon as someone plays something at the end of an opponent your opponent's turn, you know that they've got something set up for the next. There's always like playing Zephyr to suppress a Tower Frank, at the end of a turn. Then it's like, oh, all these allies are going to attack. Don't have to pay the 2, right? Blinding Orb, yeah, at the end, put those 2 down, got no responses, no Veiling Breeze.
Yeah, just one of those scariest sentences to hear when you're playing Grand Archive. Okay, at the end of your turn, and you're like, no. We see the
I've been victim to that.
100%. I think a lot of people have been, especially if you go to Ascents or Nationals, big events like that, you hear it a lot. We see once again, the Korhazi Outlook Ace and Protector sort of high-fiving each other
Mm,
as one enters the field and the other is then returned. A really great combination, especially because Windbless Lookout is just a 2 cost, gets you that prep counter, is able to attack for 1, and you also get that additional on glimpse as well. So it sort of
mm.
helps you dig an additional card every turn to really know what you're going to be drawing.
Now, I was seeing a lot of these weapons, like yeah, as you aforementioned mentioned before, he's got the impact hammer, he's got the mercenary blade, so he has kind of set up for possible double blazing throws. There's instant 8 damage. You've got, or you could attack with a hammer for 2, throw both weapons. That's 10. Quasi Trapper, that's 1 + 1, it's 12. That's a lot of damage that Kodio has on board already.
And KB's still on Xander level 1,
Mm,
so 19 total health is what we're looking at here. And we're already about halfway there. 9 total damage counters on Xander. And we're going to see a Stifling Trap on the Zhao Kao once more.
mm,
That poor cat girl has really been the target of these Stifling Traps, both in Game 1 and now here in Game 2. Also, is really going to stop any red hair plays as well, right? Because you're going to have to
mm,
develop another unique fire human ally in order to
mm.
activate red hair if you do have it in hand.
I do know he does have that. He still has that second red hair, I believe, because that one was returned via the ensnaring fumes. So I think it was good. Yeah, it was a good option to siphoning trap and take care of the Shao Chow just for any of those future red hair plays. However, this Ace and Protect on board is kind of paused Kodio.
Yeah, one
Mm,
would say it is a problem. It is very difficult to try and get around. And a Sable Revenant's going to try and do its best. It's going to go ahead and be able to attack in
mm,
for 2. I
mm,
assume the Ace and Protector is not going to retaliate against this one. Don't want to give your opponent a floating memory, but it is going to look to very much retaliate against this
yeah.
Korhazi Courier. That stealth makes it so annoying to deal with it normally, so you're going to go ahead get that free retaliation against it. Courier is
Mm,
going to draw, and as long as the fire card is discarded, this Ace and Protector will be going down. But the question is, does Kodio want to commit to it? And we're actually dealing 1 to KB Destro itself, and we see a
oh,
rending
interesting. Yeah,
flame. And I believe that is gonna be
that will be
exactly
exact
lethal.
with the hammer. That would go up to 5. Go up to 5, double to 10.
And the 1 over the Xander's total life here. And what an exciting game two. We saw game 1 sort of the roll over, run over with wind. And then game
Mm,
2, we saw wind sort of around that same play pattern. And then it had to slow down a bit with some veiling breezes, with some ensnaring fumes. But even through all that, Fire Xanders still managed to claw their way back in and end it with a
mm,
rending flame. I don't even think we saw a lot of those allies even connect. It was that like small incremental damage into the one big hit. And it makes so much more sense why that Karhazi Courier did the 1 damage into the champion rather than the Ace and Protector is just to try and
mm.
really secure it even more. You technically didn't need to, but it helped.
That is true. Like Xander decks in general, like you've just always got to calculate. Like, do you have lethal this turn? Do you have lethal next turn? You're gonna have to like look a few turns ahead and then know your kill line as well. So it's very smart that just for well, it was very smart for the Kohazi Courier to make that Ace and Protector roll retaliate. It didn't matter. It was going to die no matter what. If he'd go one way or the other, retaliate it and died, or um, retaliate and become arrested as well. But yeah, Kodio had his line already. I think KBD, it could have gone either way though. KBD show also could have just gone with a slice and dice and ended the game as well. The like for Xander, it's just any turn can just be lethal.
No, you are 100% correct on that. Because last turn,
Mm,
if we had enough prep counters, if we didn't incinerating fumes that previous turn,
mm,
the Asen would have
mm,
attacked for 3, putting Kodio on 9, and the Slice and Dice would have been an additional 9. And if you had a Mercenary Blade or something, that would have been
mm.
your last bit point of damage to win the game there. So a very close coin flip of a game on either side of just who had the cards in their hand to be able to activate their game plan much quicker. But game three, this is going to be here. Game one and game two
Mm,
didn't matter because whoever wins
mm.
this is going to go ahead and take it here for round one. We see KB Destro opening up with a Wind Bless Lookout, getting that additional prep counter and just passing the turn.
I think there's when Bliss Lookout is great for those. It is a great turn one opener. Like it does its job. It just gives you a prep counter, and that one prep counter is going to go a long way. Um, the like thing about like funny thing about like Xander's is among my group is like whoever goes first tends to win most of the games because they get their board set up a bit one turn quicker than the other. It's whether or not the other player has a response and can respond in kind. So we've seen here we've got the Kohazi Courier look at Kohazi Courier opened with the Xiao Chao. Could there possibly be a red here next? We don't know.
I don't believe there's enough cards, total cards in influence here. We see 5 down in memory, and then 6 and 7 on the field as the 2 allies, and then
Mm,
your 8th card, which is the one for turn, is the last one in hand. So you
mm,
are not going to be able to get that red hair here, but I'm pretty confident the Zhao Cow is going to be sticking around till the um, next turn. And
mm.
unfortunately, a mistake by Code Yo. Thought they had the class bonus there and went to draw a card, but KB Destro, luckily enough, catching it in time, letting them know, like, hey, you're not class bonus. You don't get to draw and discard.
always remember your class bonuses. Read your cards.
Yeah, it's always tough too, because when you're used to something
Mm,
like last turn, Code Yo's mind was probably like, okay, I'm Xander class bonus, I got this, this, and this, and this going on, and then
mm,
you immediately have to go into another game. You know, sometimes you get a little frazzled, and you're like, okay, I'm actually not Xander anymore. I
mm.
have to start as the Spirit of Fire.
Yeah, yeah. Good. So coming in for KB Destro, he's just having a little think. So he's decided to go for a bit more influence with the backup charger. So just to kind of see where he wants to be at. Could we see maybe an Ace and Protector coming down and bouncing that Windblast back? Or does he want to no, he's yeah, it's fine. Or he wants to just like he wants to just get more prep counters just for the earlier slice and dice if he can. I think he can afford to play more, just get more a bit more bodies and get the prep counter.
Yeah, I do believe it's a checking if Kodio is going to
Mm,
respect the slice and
mm,
dice line once more, and here we see the
mm,
materialization of Grand Crusader's Ring instead of opting into Xander level 1. And now this is going to get a little bit risky. If you cannot have a way to protect yourself in this instance, I can totally see on KB's turn an Ace and Protector into a Slice and Dice. I believe there's total 5 cards in hand, 2 down in memory, and with a materialization of Xander 1 and then drawing for turn keeps you at 7, it is 100% possible to have that line.
mm,
So Code Yo needs to be careful here. We do see the red hair being developed onto the field, joining the Zhao Cao and the Courier, and a
mm,
reclaim on the Outlook itself. So now we have that floating memory for the level up. And what can we say? The poor cat girl is once again getting stifling trapped. And is gonna go ahead and take two, which strands, or not strands, abandons the red hair on the field with nothing to do.
Hmm. Unfortunately, like Kodyo hasn't been able to get his like turn one Arthur plays instead of Xiao Chao's, because that extra pip of toughness is a lot would be a lot better for red here. Yeah, that like yeah, Xiao Chao just doesn't survive long enough with only being only a 1/2.
Mm-hmm.
Very vulnerable card to any like yeah, anything that just causes 2 damage, and a lot of action like damage spells do exactly 2.
The stealth you think would be enough to keep her alive, which
Mm,
it is. In an ally-based matchup, it is perfectly fine, and she is near impossible to remove. However, when you start to add spells into the mix, you
mm,
really it's a bad combination. And here we see Arthur gonna be immortal, saying that, and I'm starting to have flashbacks of game one. It also ended with Code Yo going Immortal Arthur passing turn.
mm,
And let's just do a quick math here real quick. We have 1 damage on board, gonna put Kodio to 3. Ace and Protector is gonna put Kodio to uh 6. And then
6.
Mercenary Blade, Slice and Dice is going to do 10, so 16, and that's exactly lethal. You don't even need the
Mm.
Mercenary Blade, actually. If you're at 6 and you take
No, no, no.
9. Yeah,
You'd
so
be at
here we go.
yeah, you
I
go to
believe
16.
believe we have that line here.
Mhm.
Reclaim going into Xander, getting that third prep counter, glimpsing 2. Now we have all the prep counters we need for Slice and Dice. And as long as there's either a Slice and Dice and an ASIN in that hand, I believe KDB Destro has secured this round 1 win. But this is all a hypothesis. We actually need to know
Mm,
what's in the hand of KV Destro here, and we're about to find out. One on top, one on bottom with our glimpse. We're gonna wake up, recollect, and draw, and this is the moment of truth, Freedom. Does
mm.
he have it? I'm seeing a lot of cards being grabbed right now to be put in memory.
He's got to do.
A
So does he need?
Sirocco.
Did he need that? So you calculate math with Ace and Protector. So did he? Can he do it without Ace and Protector?
So you need to have your opponent at 6 if you want to do a
Mm,
raw slice and dice for the win.
mm.
So without the ASIN, there was no other way that I could think of normally to get that. But we do have, yeah, no ASIN, so
No.
not going for
Mm,
that line here. Code Yo, barely dodging a bullet here. And I don't even know if that was going through their mind. The, maybe they weren't even considering the fact that KB would be able to do that. But here we
mm,
go, Sirocco just sort of getting more of a value engine. When it enters, you just draw a card into memory. You only get an additional prep counter if you have another automaton, but the Windblessed Lookout is a human, good old wind humans, so not going to gain a benefit. And at the materialization of Nullifying Mirror, KB is going to do
mm,
something here. Oh, the good old question. When your opponent goes, I'm going to materialize a Nullifying
mm.
Mirror, do you have a response? All the wind players go, yes, I would like to Veiling Breeze, please.
I mean, I think that Koyo is quite smart for playing the mirror, materialized mirror, because you want to force the opponent to use their Veiling Breezes. It also means that KB District will go down in 1 influence as well,
Mhm.
and then yeah, it'll prevent any future Veiling Breezes, unless he has 2 in hand, Veiling Breeze in response, mirror in response, Veiling Breeze again, but. It just means that now Veiling Breeze is kind of just taken out of the picture. So Koyo can just wail on KB Distro without having to worry about the Veiling Breeze.
Correct. Yes, you get your 1 free Veiling Breeze with Mirror out, and then after that, you need to have 2 in hand at all times if you even want to get 1 activated. And with KB Destro under the effect of 3 from Veiling Breeze, it looks like his allies are not meant for this board much longer. As
No.
they are going to be cleared out here. Kohazi Courier going to be the first one to draw blood, taking out the Strako operative. No class bonus still as we're still on spirit. And then Red Hair is going to take out the lookout. And Arthur doesn't really have much to do here, is just going to be standing there looking good.
Mm. I think that was kind of smart. Just clear the board because I think it was like calculating. You could have six to do slice and dice. You could also have five and do slice and dice. I mean, like on five damages to do slice and dice to get the exact 10. So you just didn't. Yeah, getting rid of the allies. It doesn't matter if, whether or not they're one ones or just really weak. That chip damage will punish.
It is, and we always got to keep in mind as we're still on Spirit, Slice and Dice is 9 damage. So
Mm,
if KB can deal 2 damage on this turn, there's the Slice and Dice. Or if we look at like a materialization of a weapon, there may be
mm.
a specific line if it was like a Sword of Seeking because it has 2 durability and Slice and Dice that. But usually these decks don't run Sword of Seeking. They're not the aggressive kind. So we're just going to go into Grand Crusader's Ring, build up that influence, draw that additional card.
Mm. What I like that it's kind of interesting that he's left this Arthur awake because what is it? He was under a Veiling Breeze, which was only preventing 3, right? If he had ordered that right, with the Arthur first, attacking with Arthur to clear the borders, which was fine, just to make it rested. The red here could still attack the opponent, even though he's preventing 3. He's still taking 1 from the Arthur.
The issue is there you don't clear the board with that.
Mm,
So you can deal 1
mm,
damage to your opponent, but since we're still on Spirit, Korhazi does not have the class bonus to deal that additional damage. So you attack with Arthur into the Outlook, marking it. You then have to attack the Courier into the Outlook to finish it off, which
mm,
leaves the Sirocco operative on the field. So you can then opt into dealing that 1 damage into champion or removing the operative with the red hair. So the
mm.
line just left Arthur awake rather than rested, but both accomplish the same deal.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of thing to think about, isn't there? Like you have to get rid of the allies first. Even and I mean, Kodio was right to do the way what he did.
Yeah, it's just that moment we talked about where every
Mm,
little bit of damage counts. You got by the slice and dice game one, so you're just like, I'm not leaving these allies on the field. If I take
yeah.
additional damage, it's just getting me close to that point. And here we see a Vermilion Decreed. I didn't see what was imbued there, and I'm really curious to see if we're gonna deal 3 and draw a card, or is it just dealing 3? It looks like it is just dealing 3 at the end of KB's turn. And we're going to go
Mm.
in materialization into Xander 1 here. And, oh, a Rending Flames being hit from memory. I wonder if there's an
Oh,
additional
okay.
one in hand. Otherwise,
Mm.
that was a risky put down there.
So we know 1, 2, 3. So we know that we do have we have 3. Yeah, we do have at least 3 fire cards in graveyard. So if he has another Raining Flames, that could be the game there. Alternatively, you could also just hit the ball. You can also the allies will just do. It's going to do what 2? Is it two? So
So
2,
we
4,
have a
5,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
8,
9 damage on board
9.
right
Yeah,
now.
that's 9 already.
And we do know KB Destro has 1 Veiling Breeze that was revealed from the previous one, but that mirror is sort of sitting there. So there
Yeah.
is, I believe there's going to be an Ensnaring Fumes is probably the safest thing KB Destro is planning.
Hmm.
But that does not prevent against a Rending Flames here.
No, so he's just kind of given. You've got it's a sort of a catch-22 in this sense. I think you could either die to the allies or die to a Raining Flames. So he's decided to go for the Raining Flames and see if he's got a response on that one.
The Veiling, in response to the Veiling, we're going to mirror it,
Yeah,
showing an
yeah.
Ensnaring and a Slice and Dice. Yep. And there it is. It's you'll live and you die by the aggro Xander.
Mm.
Sometimes that deck just beats you up no matter what. And it's great to see. I'm glad Grand Archive is a game
Mm.
that has that some yes, Kodio did just win from a Rending Flames coming straight through the top, was it for 8 total doing exactly lethal to KB Destro.
Mm.
Wow, Freedom. What an amazing game we had there. We really got to see the highlight of both decks, which was super fun to
Mm,
see. We saw the potential for both players winning that game three very quickly, just depending on the cards they did have in hand. KB Destro was one ace and protector short from winning that game. And
yeah,
I was clenching, wondering if it was gonna happen. If I'm in like the spot playing against that kind of deck and knowing the lines they have, I'd just be sitting
yeah.
there sweating as I'm like shuffling my cards in my hand, like, please don't have it. Please don't have it.
I think yeah, that game three did show like any of those turns could have been lethal for either player. If he had the ace in to get that extra pip of damage, I think yeah, when we were calculating math, he was just one damage off from doing his lethal slice and dice, which he did need. I think he did like those two allies, the Sirocco and the Wind Bless, would only get him to 4. He needed 5 or possibly 5 or 6 from the ASIN. Yeah, to do the finish, but he didn't have it. And then yeah, Code Yo had a better board.
Yeah, and set up like a double threat to the game
Mm,
itself. We had the
mm,
lethal in the allies, and then the lethal in the Rending Flames. And with just the sequence of materializations that Kodio did do, early nullifying mirror, it shut down both avenues. So it was literally a you either can stop my allies or you can stop my attack. You cannot do both now.
mm. Like he what was it materializing that nullifying mirror was a really good move because KB Distro had to reveal. So he activated his one Veiling Breeze and then revealed a second one. So I think Kodio did made the right play on that one. But
100% on that one
yeah,
there.
but it could
And
have gone either way.
it really could have. Like 100% it like easily could have gone either way. And that's something like really cool to stress to like everyone watching, new players to Grand Archive and everything, especially as we go into Worlds. Like I don't even want to call this Yeti like our road to Worlds as like our last event till the
Yeah.
world or actually the gauntlet, road to the gauntlet. This is the last event till the gauntlet. And that's something that you got to keep in mind watching Grand Archive is a lot of the time it's like it's anyone's game. There's all it takes is for a player to make a silly mistake and for the
Mm,
other opponent to capitalize up on it. And it is crazy to think about. Grand Archive is a game about decisions, micro decisions here and there. You know, if I would have put this card down, I could have done this better, or if I put this card down, it wouldn't have gotten banished. Because if Code Yo was relying on that Rending Flame that turn and didn't have a second one, and they put it down, being like, "Oh, I have a 1 to 3 chance of keeping it," and then it gets
mm,
banished, their whole turn is thrown for a loop, and that gives KB a way to get back into the uh, game itself. So I'm really happy this just showcased both like you can come back, and then you can also just cleanly take out the opponent, and they really don't have a say in it. So
mm.
super glad we got to see something like that. With that being Freedom, do you have any other things about that match that really stood out to you?
The so delay the So for Code Yo, he was each game for all 3 games, he was able to get. He somehow drew his red hair like every game. So he had the red hair in combination with the Shao Chao's or with Arthur. Just each game, he had either 2 of those 3. Red hair being one of the main components. We saw the Shao Chao. So getting rid of the Shao Chao with the stifling trap was probably the best. Was really great from KB Distro, which is delaying that extra turn, shutting off the red hair whenever he possibly could. The it In the long run it would have he didn't have enough like stifling traps to get rid of all the Shao Chaos and such. But I think that was just a smart play. No, that was like a great example of how strong Pfizer is. It's how strong also when Luxem can be when it plays the non Luxem route. It goes for the slice and dice aggro route as
Mhm.
well. Yeah, well, we didn't see any Luxem there because he didn't have the time for it as well. I'm excited to see either of these 2 decks doing well at Worlds. Fire Xander will probably be a great deck to play in the 3v3 teams. You know, I like anything can. I'm going to see a lot of decks oh, actually, we won't see them on stream, but we're going to be seeing a lot of decks that will be played in the Worlds. Like, what decks do you think will be great in the D3? Now, we Ascent Worlds. We've got the finals for the final 16 and the Gauntlet. We've also got the Path of Steel, which is the 3v3 teams.
Indeed, yeah. There's a lot of coming up, and I'm glad you mentioned Worlds because there is a lot of stuff happening actually this week of Worlds. I'm gonna be there. I hope you're gonna be there. And just what can people look forward to? Well, you mentioned it. We have the Gauntlet. We have people who didn't quite qualify for Worlds from our three nationals or four national events, all
Yeah.
going 2 days before the actual World Championships, and they're gonna sit in a room and play 8 to 9 rounds of Grand Archive all day to figure out who can actually make it to Worlds. This is their last chance qualifier. Every
Mm-hmm.
win matters in that game or in the event here. Then
Yeah.
after the gauntlet, we have two separate events. We have the World Championships. We have the best players from like literally around the world competing to be crowned the number one Grand Archive player for the year. But alongside that, if you don't make it into that event, it doesn't matter because we have Ascent Worlds with its signature 3v3 format. And this format is so much fun. It's a team of three against a team of three. Everyone's going to be playing a best of one. And the unique restriction about it is you cannot have more than 4 copies of a card between your team. That means if all four of you or all three of you want to run a dungeon guide, every person gets one and then one person gets two. You can't have any more copies than that. You have to distribute them equally. And the same rule goes for material deck cards. So
Yeah.
like your spirits, your regalia, your divine relics. So a very fun social event, really enables deck restrictions, deck building, and stuff like that. But Freedom, that's not all, right? There's more stuff happening at Worlds, and that kind of blows your mind. Because if you're maybe not really looking forward to playing, you didn't make Worlds, you really don't want to do 3v3 because you're kind of tired of playing, that's okay. Because there's a cosplay contest happening at Worlds, and from my experience seeing all these cosplays at the previous ones and other events, people go crazy on it. There are so many good costumes out there, and it is so much fun to see everyone dressed up as their favorite Grand Archive champions, characters. We even saw a little bit of like nods and homages to other things as well. And I have a question for you, Freedom. Do you like to spend money on Grand Archive cards, especially like exclusive, cool looking ones?
So I have spent a lot of money on cool like promo cards, and that's something to hype up in Worlds because a lot of players from worldwide will be traveling to this one event, and there will be, just to remember, there will be a trades night, so everyone will be bringing their top promo cards, all their the CURs, all their CSRs, CPRs. They're going to be bringing them to this one place, and you're going to get a lot of good deals from each other. Then you can also like show off those cards because there will, alongside Path of Steel, there's also Path of Silver, so you can which is like a collector's event, right? So you're pretty much going to be like tallying all your shiny cards and then showing off. There's also like who's got the biggest collection, and the top 8 will be receiving the spirit, the normal spirit of normal. Is it Morrigan or is it? Anyway, they do receive a top 8 spirit just for showing off like how much you've collected in this game and how much you've invested. I'm excited to see who will be taking the top 8 from that side of the game. Like I've gotten plenty of promos with you. There's also now, alongside Path of Silver, there's also just a lot of artists will be going, all the Grand Archive artists. There will be a total, I think there will be 8. Yeah, I think there'll be 8 artists coming down to 6 to 8 artists coming down to Worlds. So you'll be able to purchase one of the playmats that they've drawn as well, and also get like signatures from them. There will also be the Ascent merch store. It's actually already the largest like catalog of goods you can purchase from here.
Yeah, there is a lot going on. And what if I tell you can purchase even more exclusive debut promos at Worlds
Mm,
because SP3 is coming out at Worlds for us here. And we actually have some SP3 cards to look at here today. We're
mm,
going to go some oohs and ahs as we look at the amazing altered art renditions of cards that already
mm.
exist, but they're getting a nice borderless altered art treatment and they look so beautiful. Here we have Mark the Target, a fire classic that came out in DOA. I love this new art. It is so beautiful. It's I just love these renditions. Whenever I play
Mm,
with Grand Archive, like build a deck, I always try and
yeah.
put these borderless cards in them because they look so beautiful. I love how they look. And then we
I
have a couple more cards coming up here as well, but go for it, Freedom.
Mhm. I mean, I also like this on marked up because it's showing Xiao Chao as well. The Dawn of Ashes version doesn't have a particular character; it's just a generic theme. But the market target has Xiao Chao. If you like Xiao Chao, you know a lot of people like cat girls. Run this in your
A,
deck.
a lot of these cards are drawn in rendition of our current world we're
Mm,
visiting slash in, which is the Three Kingdoms type era with AMB and HVN. And we saw a sort of a tease of the next card here, 15 days into our worlds. We have our Forest Cake, which look how adorable these slimes are. They're wearing little chef's hat. That is amazing. And these are only arts you can get in SP3, which is purchasable at Worlds. Everyone
yeah.
is going to have the same opportunity to get these at the same time, which is so cute and I'm excited for. And you know, I'm really curious because we don't have all the arts of the cards. I believe
Mm,
only 8 arts have been spoiled in total as we're counting down here. We see
yep.
Skirting Step with Bertha here. Really great. So I'm really curious to see what more of these art look like. And we even have a 2 CPRs in the SP collection as well, where the art has not been spoiled. So everyone is just faintly holding their breath. I really like this relentless outburst. It like Exia cards themselves just sort of have an aura about them that looks so
Mm.
good. I really enjoy just
I,
like the dynamic pose.
I really do like this relentless. So like you could have the Jin version, or you could have the borderless Lubu version as well. So from you, Valkyrie, which SP3 card are you looking forward to the most of getting your hands on?
Oh, that is a good question. I really want to get the CPR fracturize. I think it would be, or
Oh,
CSR fracturize. I really
yeah,
want to
yeah.
know what that looks like. I'm a huge fan of water, so just being able to get one of those for my collection will look so cool as all the water CSRs sit next to each other. I love this under fire real quick. I'm so sorry. Polhawk sort
No,
of
that's fine.
running away, his belly jiggling in the air as literally he's being bombarded.
I'm pretty sure like he's doing that the cool guy don't look at explosions kind of walk away.
Mhm, yeah. So not really cool guy, more like, oh no, I'm almost in danger sort of walk away.
Yeah.
But uh, I love this Rallied Advance too. It's a card that's played a lot in Wind Automatons and Wind Allies, and
Mm,
I think Jin being the one to command everyone is so much fitting than like Soldier A art that we have. I enjoy the
yeah.
art, beautiful, but Jin doing it feels so much more thematic.
Don't see quite a lot don't see Jin art cards that often in Grand Archive. So it's nice to see a Rally Advanced version with Jin.
And this Frost Shard, I know this one's going to be huge collectible for those
Mm,
Kong Ming enjoyers. There's a lot of people in this game who collect like certain cards with a champion on them. So of course,
yeah.
going straight to the Kong Ming enjoyers here.
I like I really like this Frost Shard version, yeah. So it'd be great in any of those water Kongming decks. I might test the dabble in this. And if I'm going to include this card, I definitely want the SP3 version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, water cards are also just great when in their foil version. It's very pretty. So if I get my hands on a Frost Shard version, the ice is just going to really pop.
They do. The ice itself, the way the foiling is done is looks so
Mm,
beautiful. We have 2 more cards to look through here. We see the blissful calling. I when this was spoiled, could not stop laughing. This is a
Yeah.
true Chad artwork here. Just calling the horn, bringing all your allies together. I feel like if you're ever playing Tamer and you run Blissful Calling, it has to be this artwork.
I think this artwork was really like one of those like left field like art. And that also like a lot of people have actually positively commented on this card. They like that it's not like a typical, well, like Sylvie or Gorgia. It's possibly, I think this is Gildus. Gildus doing a blissful calling. It's definitely hyped up a lot of people.
And then I believe there's one more production, if I am correct. The one that was just spoiled here,
Yes.
the Blade of Creation. I love Cordelia. I have her
Yeah.
CSR, not because she's a good card in my opinion, but her design, her artwork is impeccable. I just love how
I,
she looks. And this artwork really highlights it. Just the
mm,
giant sword, the shield, the armor, everything, the way it works together flows. I love it here. But Freedom, we have to contain our excitement. There's still 8 more days into our worlds, and
yeah.
I personally can't wait to see more. If you guys really want to keep up with spoilers, make sure you go to Twitter. That is where they're posted by the official Grand Archive channel themselves. And go ahead and give them a follow. Speaking of following, why don't you go ahead and subscribe to Serene Balance Productions if you like weekly content, watching videos of the tournaments, things like that. And then why don't you join the Yeti server as well so you can actually participate in these events. So make sure you go ahead and do that. All the information is going to be down below. My name is Valkyrie. I am here with Freedom. And we're going to be here for another 3 rounds. But until then, we're going to take a quick break, stretch our legs, get some water, and see you in the next round.
All right. See you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here in round two of our Yeti Road to Worlds event. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm here with none other than Freedom. How did you enjoy that break, Freedom?
I mean, it was a really quick round. So we had a very, I just like talking, just chatting about like what's happening in Grand Archive and stuff. Doesn't matter. I'm okay with even like a 5 minute break as long as like you get all this like Grand Archive content in. So, but yeah, I just got a glass of water and I was ready for the next round.
Indeed, here.
Mm.
And we ended our first round before we got off for that quick break talking about worlds, hyping everything up, things going on, everything going on that end there. But, we're not quite there yet. We still got a couple of days, I believe 8 in total, till we actually get to the Gauntlet, the World event. And more importantly, we have 3 more rounds of Grand Archive tonight that we're going to be able to talk about and sit through here. So I believe we have a very spicy matchup, if that's how you want to look at it, coming up here
Mm.
for you on stream, which is going to be fun. It is none other than the hometown hero, the people's champ, the one that you always find yourself rooting for, whether you expect it or not. We have Jimmy Lee on none other than Water Tony Domains, and he is going head to head with another big name, I believe, founder of Luxera's map. We have Ver on a oldie but kind of new goody Serene Fire Slimes. And I believe both these decks are very strong in their own aspect. And I'm looking very much to how each deck is going to interact with each other. Out of these two, just knowing the names, not even looking at the deck list themselves, Freedom, who do you think has the upper hand?
Just by the player name.
Just by the names of the deck. Water Tony Domains
Oh
versus
right.
Serene Fire Slimes.
Without looking at the decks just by name, they operate very differently and like different like the pace of the game. Each of these decks operate differently at their own pace as well. So like Domain Tony wins in the long game, really long game, but Slimes can win in the mid game just by playing. It's hard. I think possibly if it goes really slow, it'll be Domains.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Hmm, as
Do you
well.
think domains can counteract the impending doom of what Storm Slime is? Or so you're saying domains will be able to beat out the long game against multiple Storm Slimes? Or are you saying domains have to win before the Storm Slime actually becomes a problem?
I think so. Like Tenoris is great because he has way more health way more toughness than other champions. That +5 goes to 30 uh as well. But domains can win because they can generate way more uh tokens, ally tokens as well. We do have the new card from MRC Alter, the Throne Sentinel, which gives a unit is it unit or champion? It gives a unit spell shroud.
Indeed, a nice sideboard card. And now, since we're actually getting into the matchups themselves, we can go ahead and take a little bit look of the deck list. I'm going to be starting with Jimmy Lee on this domain, Tony. See if there's anything gonna catch my eyes here real quick. We do see some fun tech with Smash with Obelisk with the new MRC Alter card, the Dorumegane Foundry, I believe that is how that one is pronounced. So gonna
Ah,
be coming big hits there, and we see some likes of Zucheng and other really fun domains, the Eternal Kingdom. And then looking over here at Ver's list with the Fire Slimes, looking very standard-ish, except we do see an introduction of the Slime King. So hopefully the red carpet will be rolled out and royalty will be in our presence tonight. But we'll have to see if we can get there because there is certain conditions that must be met for that slime to be on the field. It looks like Jimmy Lee went first here. We see an Eternal Kingdom right on that field, pretty much I'm sorry, hub of innovation. The right on that field, a really good engine starter drawn to memory replaces itself and starts building up those domains. And it appears that Jimmy is, or Vert is just gonna pass a turn. I believe that's a very classic uh, fire move. Actually, we went Starwart into Cremate here, and then Jimmy
Hmm.
Lee's turn. And I think here you honestly just want to build up domains, especially because you chose to materialize the map of the hidden passage. Oh, map of the hidden passage. Wait a second. That is, yeah, that is the other one.
The range,
Yes,
the rangefinder's map.
the Wayfinders
The
map. Yes, that reduces domains
Wayfinder's
by
map. Yeah.
one. Yeah, okay. I was starting to speak it. I looked and I'm like, interesting materialization, Jimmy. But we do see here the a stalwart on Jimmy's end and just passing the turn. A Ver using that free floating memory from the Stalwart Shared Mate to go ahead and go into Sylvie 1. And now class bonuses are unlocked, and this is where Sylvie decks want to be. Plus, you get that on enter
Mm.
buff counter. If you throw that on a baby red, it really can deal massive amounts of damage.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can see that on Jimmy's side, he's got one domain, which is great because it always goes neutral, gives you back a card. And he's got the Stalwart Shield Mate for the taunt. He's got down the Academy Guide for the free material, the level up when champion, keeping the Shield Mate up. Now, this particular deck has a lot of that like damage prevention as well. We've got he's got the what is it, Storm of Thorns. You've also got, he doesn't run this one, but there is the shield block as well, just to keep the Academy Guide alive. He's already got the Wayfinder's map to set up future domain plays. So if you can keep that Academy Guide, he gets a free level up to Tanoris level 1, which gives Tanoris Taunt. And then it's just further predicting the Academy Guides to get an additional it's a cost reduction of 1 for future materializers of champions. Mhm.
And
This is
Tony
where
just does a good
Tony
self
wants
of.
to sit.
Yeah,
Mm,
exactly. It does a good stuff of like self-protecting itself. Once you're able to get that first materialization with the Academy Guide, sort of helps itself over and over and over again, and really builds up from there. And
mm.
I'm actually curious to like if Vert is going to answer this Academy Guide, or if it's mostly just going to be uh, unchecked, and how much advantage can Jimmy Lee get off of it if that is true.
Mhm, mhm. So we got he's got the Storm of Thorn. So even if you try to hit the Still Shield Mate, he'll prevent 1 damage, each source of 1 via the Storm of Thorns, which in itself is also a class bonus floating memory.
With the Academy
Mm,
Guide and now Storm of Thorns in the
mm,
graveyard, the level up to Tony is going to seem pretty like obvious on this next one here.
mm,
And Storm of Thorns actually, ironically, is very good against Baby Red as well. If it
mm,
didn't get that buff counter, because yes, Baby Red would be then able to clear the Stalwart, but
mm,
would then perish itself due to the actual ability of Storm of Thorns taking that 1 damage
mm,
back. So you really needed that Baby Red to get the buff counter instead of this Baby Gray. I'm just curious if Ver didn't have the baby red and only have this baby gray option. Zach, and oh, I'm sorry, this isn't even baby gray. This is baby silver.
this is
They
baby
look
silver.
very similar, and
Yeah.
often baby silver slimes are mistaken for baby grays, but in reality, they're silver.
Well, they are as per their flavor text, they are often mistaken for their gray cousin.
Alrighty, here. Jimmy did go into the Tenoris, sort of like we were talking about there. That Academy Guide going in for 1 as well. And now we have that Eternal Kingdom. Only
Oh,
is 3 to activate because of
the Wayfinder's map.
the
Yep.
Wayfinder's map. Yeah, indeed. And now we have 2 extra, pretty much reservable
Mm,
objects out there on the field for Jimmy Lee to take advantage of. The only
mhm,
downside about the Eternal Kingdom is it has an upkeep cost.
mm,
And you have to put 2 down into memory or pay to reserve into the Eternal Kingdom. Otherwise, it then disappears. So a lot of the times you find with Eternal Kingdom is you usually pay for with keep 2 cards in hand, pay for it, and then be able to just recollect it
mm,
right away and still take full advantage of it. If you find yourself having to reserve your domains to pay for your upkeep cost, that's when it starts to get a little suboptimal. So we're really good, probably going to see Jimmy Lee keeping 2 cards in hand at all times.
Mm, mm. The optimal way to pay is to have 2 hands, and then you can recollect those two. There's bear in mind that like Eternal Kingdom can also pay for its own upkeep by just reserving itself as well. Now there's also the new Regalia weapon from Proxy Vault for Tanoris. The what is it? Reciprocity. Doramigia's Call. So you can also use that to negate the upkeep cost if you'd like to do that as well.
That is
But
true.
the Eternal Kingdom is great if you can get that kind of like you can get Eternal Kingdom and maybe 1 or 2 possible domains, because that is 3 reservable domains to start.
And Ver is out here being a slime gamer currently right now. We do see a immediately hard level into Sylvie 2, banishing 2 and then drawing 1 because there is an animal on the field. And then we see a dungeon guide coming down, banishing 2, getting to Sylvie level 3, and then the Ethereal Slime, one of the best slimes out there. On enter, you can banish a Tamer Regalia from your material deck. If you do, you draw a card and put a buff counter on Ethereal Slime. And then with the Sylvie level 3 building, you get an additional 2 buff counters for free. So that becomes a 5/5 stealth True-Sighter for absolutely 0 cost. That is good Sylvie economics.
Now, notice here that using the slime, that's the ethereal slime in the dungeon guide, he's opted to attack Tanoris directly. Now, because like Tanoris level 1 has taunt, the Shieldbite also has taunt, which means that you get to choose which taunt you attack. So he's had 2 taunts up at the same time, but he can opt to attack the champion instead.
Yes, and now since the taunt for Tanoris is gone, the Stalwart is now the only taunt target. So next turn, Ver is going to have to now remove that Stalwart if you want a little bit more bruising on Tony in the next coming up turns. But it's one thing to notice, there is a dice next to Ver's banishment zone, and there's only showing a number 2 right now. That means only 2 slimes have been banished. The Storm Slime not looking that scary even after we rush to level 3 on Sylvie.
Yeah, the storm slime will be an issue for later, because like once he gets the third slime in the banishment, then the academy guide will go down to will be killed via the storm slimes on enter, or he could opt to just go for Jamie Lee, the champion instead. But you also want to build up more slimes in the banishment via things like Guy's blessing, Avatar guard, whatever it is, the one that banishes 4 from the graveyard as well. Guy's blessing is the one.
Yes, it's a great way to add to the slime count in the banishment. The issue is in fire slimes, you really don't have a lot of slime allies being put into the graveyard as fast as you did in norm slimes. So that is the one issue you can run into here. We do see Jimmy Lee actually fracturizing his Wayfinders map to get a fractal, and I think we're gonna see perhaps a cleave card here. No, actually just a Frostsworn Paladin. Gonna go ahead and eat up that fracturize, delicious floating memory, draw a card, get a buff counter. And I really don't think there's a way for Jimmy currently to remove this Ethereal Slime off the board. So you're going to have to start putting pressure in a different way. This baby baby silver does have taunt right now. So you're going to have to remove that. And Vert is going to be able to draw an additional card as long as they reveal from hand or memory a slime card. And so it sort of replaces itself, especially in this late game gambit when Ver's now going to be looking for more ethereal slimes and more storm slimes.
Now that's one disadvantage. That's one weakness of Tanoris or the Guardian class, is that they don't have a natural way to clear any stealth targets, stealth allies. Tanoris doesn't have anything like a Sword of Seeking that Lorraine and Warrior has. Right? So that Ethereal Slime is going to be on the board for a long time. The only way that Tanoris is going to be able to clear it is a cleave attack, which Tanoris does have in the form of a Neos card, Blade of Creation. Or I mean, like you could have got flame sweeps or the water, the sweep that costs 6, but you're not going to have one of those.
Yeah,
Tidal
tidal
sweep is
sweep.
the one as well. But the only viable cleave would be the Blade of Creation. But however, you need tokens to set to make that attack even cheaper to activate. So this Ethereal Slime and any further Ethereal Slimes are going to be on the board for a long time. Now, that baby Silver Slime is also a problem because it's a 2/2 with a buff counter. So it's quite hard for Jimmy Lee to clear, or can be anyway, when it has its taunt.
Yeah, this Silver Slime actually being a little bit more of a menace than I initially was thinking. It's been around since turn 2 with the buff counter from Sylvie level 1, and it's just in the moments when you want to remove it, it's going to be more beneficial for your opponent, because if you swing a Frostborn Paladin with 3 power right into that, then you lose out on damage. You don't have the exact 2 that you need to remove it. But at the same time, if you don't remove it, it's going to still be there continuously every turn. And we saw here that it went ahead and cleared the Stalwart on Jimmy's side. And then the Baby Red went ahead and cleared out the Academy Guide, discarding the fire card for it to get that additional attack bonus. Ethereal Slime taking out the Frostborn Paladin. Now the Dungeon Guide is just hitting into Tony for free. Jimmy has lost his board completely, and Vert is still in control with that baby silver on deck, and it will still draw a card once it's removed.
Now that was rather unfortunate, yeah. Like for Jimmy Lee to lose 3 allies in 1 turn. That's one thing about the Sylvie Slime deck, is that it will create a lot of like really strong allies, say in the form of Baby Red Slime, which can do 2 or to possibly 3 damage to a slime. It's just going to kill one target. Doesn't matter if it dies in return. The Ethereal Slime, which is currently a 5/5 on this board, so it'll clear a lot of like small chaff. But now that we've got Jimmy Tenoris at level 3, is he resolving? I think he's on the materialization. Gonna see
Yeah,
this board. Anyway,
I think materialization is being declared. Yes, so we
yeah.
have that, and I believe costs are being paid. There was the Stalwart that was, I believe, the Storm of Thorns, and so it's Stalwart and 2 cards from memory, one of them being a domain. And on the beginning of Recollection phase, you get to choose one of your obelisks to bring out as Tony the Genesis AES, which is actually not the Tony we see a lot of the time Jimmy Lee play. It's actually cool to see the more domain-oriented Tony, mostly because you run Eternal Kingdoms, things like that. It becomes another reservable object for, and we actually got the one, I
The
believe, that
armament.
creates the
Yeah.
or still great swords is what they're called. The 3/1 sword weapons for Tony. Really great card. It's gonna really help remove some of these allies. You can now attack with Tony into the Dungeon Guide or Baby Silver. I'm really curious to see what the actual like plan here is for Jimmy, because you're gonna have to start doing something, finding an answer to the board.
So, so with the obelisk of armaments and the aura steel greatsword, that's 2 tokens on the board. The Blade of Creations costs 7 to activate, but it's reduced by 1 for each token. So he's got 2 on the board, so it's only going to cost 5 to activate. So if he's going to Blade of Creation, it's down, only costs 5. So here it is. So you
And
need
you
to pay
called it
5 for this.
exactly. Exactly. 5 for it, and it's going to be coming in for a total of 7 because of the Orstal Greatsword as well. It has base attack of 4, cleave, so 7 to the board. Baby Silver is going to reveal another Baby Silver. Ver's going to be able to draw. But there we go. Jimmy Lee has answered the board perfectly and did not take any retaliation damage, as well as all the allies on Ver's side was already rested. So it feels good to be able to clear the board and not take any additional damage that you don't need.
That's the thing about Sonora's domains, is that it will win in the long game. Once he gets to level 3 and he gets those 3 obelisks, then he starts to build a board, and it's like a steamroller. It builds a board and then rolls over you. So if you can't punish that quick enough, then you're going to lose in the long run, because he's gonna constantly create great sword. The swords. He's gonna constantly generate um automaton tokens.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. In addition, there's also the other Neos cards in the deck that, in addition to those.
Here we see Ver materializing the re-eroded uh, not Luxia's Vault, Proxia's Vault card of the Stone Scale band. It now costs 1 to materialize, and then on enter you get to discard up to 3 ally cards from your hand and or memory, then draw that many cards. This is what's gonna feed into your Guy's Blessing, as you were talking earlier.
Yeah.
And then in actual response to the on enter as well, it looks like Ver went ahead and activated the ability of Stone Scale Band, putting 1 down into memory, resting it, and then now until the end of the turn, ally cards have fast activation. Oh, the next ally. Okay, gotcha. Makes makes a lot of sense there. So the next ally is activation. The one on screen currently is the old pre-eroded one.
Mm.
The new one is now 1 cost, and it's the next ally. And here we actually see the Limitless Slime. Not one we see often, but still a very welcome slime. Is actually very good when you're already level 3, because it has sort of like a tiered ability list. At level 1 you get a bonus, level 2 you get a bonus, level 3. Level 1 is floating, level 2 is +1 attack, +2 life, and then level 3 is on attack you get a buff counter on Limitless
Mm.
Slime. So it's a really strong way for it to just buff itself, keep itself coming.
So that's limits when Sylvia's level 3, that limited slime, if you leave it, it's gonna be, oh, there we go. And then we got the king slime. So if you leave a limited slime on board, it starts off as a 2-3, but then on attack it'll become a 3-4, and then each turn he's going to attack, it's just going to go to a 4-5, 5-6. If you leave that on the board, it's very difficult to remove. Next to the slime king, which is a taunt, that limit slime is going to be on for a long time.
And here we are. The red carpet has been rolled out. We have the Slime King has now entered the field, all thanks to the start of the turn with the Stone Skull Band. So Ver did an immaculate job setting it all up. I see an Ethereal Slime, I believe a Lustrous Slime, and Tingling, I believe a Limitless Slime in the middle. Not 100% confirmed, but it's a 4-5 Taunter. Pride 4, so not really going to be able to do any attacking here with its 4 power, but will still put a like huge gear or wrench in Jimmy's gears. Like, how do you remove this without suffering consequences? Because when King Slime leaves, you may put any number of slime cards banished from King Slime onto the field immediately.
Mm. One play that I often see fire slime players do is they'll have the king slime up for the taunt, and when they no longer need the king slime, they'll use their own cremation ritual on it, which will activate its on leave.
That is a very smart way for fire. And this is actually something
Mm,
that norm slimes really couldn't do, right? Because you don't have
mm,
access
mm,
to the element cards. But being in fire, you can choose to remove your own king slime on your terms, which is such a great value. And something to keep in
mm,
mind is here is this Sylvie's at a Serene Spirit. So yes, it has 9 damage currently marked on Sylvie. However, her
mm,
life is much lower in comparison because you feasibly think like -6 from that total number. So Sylvie is
mm.
really only sitting at 3 damage counters in actuality, opposed to Tenoris's 10.
One thing for like Tanaris is that you if you don't see so if you leave Tanaris kind of like to his own devices, you will take a lot of damage. It's like Guardian does a lot of like high damage single attacks via things like smash with obelisks, or the Archon broadsword as well.
Mhm.
So if you don't, yeah, if you're not careful, like you will be punished very heavily from Guardians.
Yeah, Guardian's whole theme of the class
Mm,
itself is deal big damage at a cost. And like a lot of the
mm,
time, the cost is either taking damage yourself or just having to pay a lot into it, either
mm,
from it be from your influence or resource wise, things like that. But it's usually worth it in the end, right? If you
mm,
have
mm.
to pay everything into killing your opponent, it doesn't matter that you paid everything because you killed your opponent, right?
Yeah. So here we've got a new card from Mercurial Heart Altar, the Doramesian Foundry, which costs 8. But however, it reduces it's 2 less to activate for each up to 3 domains you control. He has 4 other domains, so it's only gonna cost 2. If you had the Wayfinders map on the board, he would have only costed 1. But this card here has been added in because it costs 8, reserve cost of 8. It's perfect with the Smash with Obelisk, which would deal an additional 6, dealing 14 in just one go. Like I said before, you could just take a very sudden, like huge attack with Smash with Obelisk and a Great Sword, which would do 14, 6, 17.
And that's a huge amount of damage. I think one of the
Yeah,
highest like burst attacks a class can do. And
yeah.
alongside when the Foundry does enter, you also get a
Mm,
automaton drone with a buff counter on it. So it's a great way to help control the board space as well,
yeah.
allow if like you have to put that down early, get that
Hmm.
early protection, help clear the board. And here we see 2 more automaton drones with buff counters joining the fray because we have summon sentinels, a card that
Hmm.
literally reads this costs 1 less to activate for each domain you control. And if you have 4 or more domains, this is a free card.
Free.
2
Yeah.
automaton drones with buff counters for free is a deal I think everyone would take.
Mm. Now this is where domain I'm just like hyping up Guardians because it's just Domain Guardians. But like this is where if you cannot punish Domain Guardians, this is where they will snowball and like a steamroller. He's gonna summon a lot of drones. He's got 3 on the board already. Next turn he's gonna have another one from the Obelisk of Fabrication. Right? Then he's got additional like more and stacked with the was it the Exalted Dormitian Thrones, which gives all your allies +1/+1. You know, you're gonna have 3/3 ally tokens. You're just gonna have like its wide board that the slimes won't be able to take care of. But
Here we see the Tony attacking into the King Slime
mm,
retaliating, dealing damage back. And now all those slimes that were underneath King Slime have entered. We have a
mhm,
Baby Silver, Lustrous, and Ethereal. Ethereal banished a Horn of Beast Calling, drawing a card. Lustrous Slime revealed a Storm and an Ethereal Slime from memory, getting 2 buff counters on it. And now that's a 3/7 with Taunt. And on death, Verb gets to recover X or X's amount of buff counters. So already, it's not looking good for domain Tony. There's just too much
mm,
slimes. And that's the problem when you have domains is a domain is a very large area. It's hard to thoroughly clean it out and get rid of all the pests, and it looks like there's just slimes hiding everywhere.
mm. There's a lot of Slimes has a lot of quality slime allies. Domain Tony just has a lot of generic allies, which he can sacrifice those automaton drones because he can just generate more and more. However, if slimes lose their slimes, it's a much bigger hit because you can trade slimes for tokens. So for slimes you don't want to trade that. Tanoris can do that.
And
So
this
here
is
we've got
actually
the Gaia's Blessing being
a
activated.
concern for Jimmy Lee
Mm,
here. Tenoris has 30 total life as a champion, the highest in the game because of the Guardian class.
mm,
However, you're already sitting at 14 damage counters on level 3 here. And I'm looking at, I believe, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage on board currently right now. And then there is that storm slime. There's 7 total banished slimes thanks to that guy's blessing, as you mentioned. I think unless Jimmy has an answer, this storm slime is coming to just end this
mm.
game 1.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I mean, like the Sonoros is not going to be able to can take large hits, but can't take all of them.
Mhm.
He will eventually just crumble to all that. Yeah, he's got the Storm Slime, which hasn't been played. None of them. So yeah, Ver has not played a single Storm Slime. I think he's waiting for more. He's at 7 slime cards in the graveyard and the banishment. So here he's gonna do. Oh, here we go. So he's gonna activate the Storm Slime on into dealing 7 as a spell. It's gonna
We
prevent.
are
It's gonna
gonna
be prevented by 2.
two because the domain completely free to activate as you have more than enough domains to reduce the cost
Mm.
beyond 0. And a
Here we've
double
just.
storm
There we go.
slime.
Yeah.
I don't even think you needed a double storm slime. You could have just attacked in with the storm slime you played there, because it would have
Yeah.
been 7 reduced by 2, 5, go to 26. Oh yeah, 3, 29. And
Yeah.
then the what anything, an ally, anything could have a gentle breeze could have knocked over Tony after he took such a beating from the slimes. Now,
Yeah.
game 1 goes to Ver here on the fire slimes. I'm curious though to see what can be brought in on Jimmy's end to go ahead and help fight against all these little cute blobs of color.
Mm.
And looking at the sideboard, I'm not
I
noticing
see.
a lot of options here.
I see the Throne Sentinels can be brought in because that has the ability to give your champion Spell Shroud. So that can be used for those pesky Storm Slimes.
And maybe that fourth blade of creation as
Yeah.
well. Just another good way, or a good way to clear the board when you do hit that level 3. And then a safeguard amulet, I think, could be a great option to bring into the material deck. That is really going to protect you from those burst turns from that storm slime
Yeah.
themselves. Now jumping over to Ver's list here, I see we have Bestial Frenzies, Crystallized Destiny is actually very underrated in this
Oh, this is yeah. Yeah.
matchup, just because Tony can hit for so much. I really feel like
Yeah, you don't want to take a sudden 17 hit 17 damage
exactly
there.
right.
Yeah.
And then
So
Heavenly Guide seems kind of cheeky in this instance too, because Tony's gonna be looking to like level up as fast as possible with Dungeon Guides, but we didn't see Dungeon Guide last turn, last
no,
game too.
so for he does actually run this one. So in other uh, domain Tony lists, they don't run dungeon guides. Jimmy's lead list version does, however. So he has 4 academy guides and 4 dungeon guides. Because typically like Tony can kind of go a bit slower and then kind of level up via academy guide.
Mhm.
However, it's quite cheeky to add all playsets of both. The Heavenly Guard is very cheeky. One, if I want to go back, the Bestial Frenzies, I hardly see this card being played anymore.
Yeah, I feel like it's only played in certain situations. A lot of the good
Mm,
times right now, like Tamer, is you have good animals, and a lot of your beasts you are really not running like anything to support them. Because in Guojia, your beasts are your Shinjus, right?
yeah,
And you really don't need a bestial frenzy to complement them because they already have like their commands and other stuff with that. And then you look at like other tamer cards, and it's just very good animals. Bestial frenzy only works on beasts themselves, and
yeah.
luckily enough, every advanced element slime is a beast, so you have plenty of targets and options.
So the other cards he's got 3 Resolute Stands, which is great for against any like wide token boards. And as well, definitely gonna help those like taunt slimes. Gaia's Songbird, just if he wants to search for more beasts, for more animals or beasts, basically slimes. Hymn of Gaia's Grace can also divert an attack. There's a lot of options for Ver.
I'm actually curious why Gaia Songbird is sideboard instead of mainboard. A lot of the times you do see those mainboard because it helps you find the
Mm,
ethereal and your storm slimes as fast as possible. But I think it's maybe just in favor for more slime cards in general, because you
yeah,
get to run the verdant slimes and the king slimes as well main deck because of it. Less likely to brick on banishing, and really helps fuel the the slimy process.
Mm. But it's definitely one of those option picks against because you've got blissful calling. Well, for fire slimes, you don't have option to gather slimes. You've got instead blissful calling and kind beast caller.
A lot
So
of good ways
having
to
that, yeah. Sorry, continue.
a lot of good ways to like find the what you're looking for, right? It's
Mm,
digging through the top five, getting what you need in that situation. And a lot of the times you're gonna want to find your advanced element slimes that you need. Usually it's gonna be the ethereal slime, but near the end game, late game, you want to just find those storm slimes. So being able to look at top five and actually having a choice feels much
mm.
better than randomly revealing and hoping you hit the one you want.
There's a lot of search in this because, like, since the introduction of Baby Silver Slime and the return of Slimes deck in general, I'm seeing now a lot of decks Fire Slimes opting for Serene Fire Spirit over regular because you get to dig that six. You get to dig the top six and then bottom any to find more slimes just to find your starting turn. Now on Jimmy Lee's side, we've seen he's activated the Shu Chang. This is a problematic card for a lot of players.
Yeah, Zhu Chang just really it puts in the work if activated at the right time.
Mm,
For those who aren't familiar, this is a new card that came out in the HVN set, which is a siegeable castle. Siegeable being the keyword here, is it's an object that can be attacked by allies, and once it loses all of its durability counters, it goes away. But
mm,
until then, at the beginning of each opponent's recollection phase, that player may banish a card with floating memory from the graveyard. If they do not do this, then the next card they activate costs two more, which is huge in this
mhm.
kind of game because your low cost cards just you don't have like multiple plays in a turn. It's just a play in a turn.
Yeah. So your first card that you activate, so like yeah, because it costs two more, it's very pesky for like ally decks where they like to play one ally and then hold cards up for interaction. This, however, will pretty much pull your whole hand down and not allow you to do any interaction.
Yeah, as we saw here, Ver was
Mm,
just able to play a baby red slime, attack with it, and that's it.
yeah,
Usually you would want to like baby red with a baby silver for a little bit of protection and get some additional
yeah.
draws, but this Zhu Cheng wasn't going to allow it. And you could tell Verge just didn't want to deal with it because that baby red immediately laser eyed, honed its focus, and took out the domain, discarding a fire card in the form of floating memory too with the slime eruption, dealing a total of 4 damage. And it is. Good for Ver that they were able to remove it, and
Mm.
Jimmy was able to save themselves 4 damage counters on Tony.
Yeah. That's the drawback of Shu Chang. It only has 4 durability costs, durability counters, and it's very susceptible to attacks from allies. It's great for slimes because all their slimes are very cheap. You know, the baby red slime only costs 2 to activate. Um, and if you were playing like a lot of 3 or 4 costs, you'll be punished heavily for Shu Chang. But for slimes, it's easy to remove. They've got a lot of 2 cost allies. Slimes.
They do. And Jimmy dropping a Froststorm Paladin, being a little going to be defensive here. Uh, really not having the explosive start he did in our game one. We don't see an
Mm,
Eternal Kingdom this time around. We're sort of just stuck with that hub of innovation. And I don't even believe that the seen a stalwart as well. So Jimmy kind of lacking a lot of these like key setup
mm,
pieces that he had prior. So I'm really curious how this is going to affect him getting into that level 3 to start getting those domains that are generated by Tony himself.
mm. The early game is very important for Tenor for Guardian. Is that you need to be able to build a board. Well, have like a couple pieces of that start. So you either the Eternal Kingdom or either some like a stored Shieldmaid or the Academy Guide as well. But if you don't find any of those pieces, you're going to have a very slow start.
And meanwhile, on Ver's end, I feel like Ver's
Mm,
start is one of the best starts that you could have, with the protection and that stalwart shieldmate, the baby red with that buff counter. And I'm starting to think Ver doesn't have a dungeon guide, otherwise you kind of would slam
Mm,
it here, but maybe there's just a lot of think tank about it here. 3 is coming down from hand into memory, and we're gonna double check, is this a dungeon guide or is this a kind beast caller? Both cost 3 and both do an effect that you want to see. Oh, and actually a cremation ritual onto the stalwart shieldmate. Ver pretty much telling Jimmy, if you're not gonna put this into my graveyard, I'll do it myself. Gonna draw an additional 2 off of it as well. Maybe drawing into that dungeon guide. Let's hope here. And Baby Red's gonna do a little bit more filtering. I think it's gonna go ahead and take out the Frostworn Paladin. You're really not
mm,
gonna want to have to deal with that. Yes, it's gonna get retaliated against, but you're more than fine doing that. And here we actually see a discard of another floating memory. So Ver, not even
mm.
going the dungeon guide route. It's probably gonna be a hard level into Sylvie level 3 in order to start unlocking your advanced element slimes.
Yes, it's interesting that he's okay with losing a baby red slime against the Frostborn Paladin. Would have been nice if he'd be able to like discard another Slime's Eruption just to get that extra damage pip to take out the Paladin. But he just wants to get the floating in the grave. Yeah, like you said, he wants to hard level up. Hard level up to the next Sylvie.
An important thing Jimmy did to keep that Frostborn Paladin alive
Mm,
is the Storm of Thorns that we just see now being banished for Jimmy's level up here, and going to be 2 additional ones to
mhm,
get into Tony level 3 here. Oh, sorry, only Tony level 2. I thought we were at Tony level 2 with those CSRs, the big buff Tonys, but no, we are just going into Tony level 2 now the whole
mm,
time. And on enter, this Tenoris Might of Humanity gets +3 attack. It's a great way to really like take advantage if you want to
mm,
clear the board, like Dungeon Guide into level 3 to then smash with Obelisk, something like that. But a lot of the time, if you're playing a slower paced game, that +3 uh, power is really not gonna do much for you. It's just gonna sort of fizzle till the end of turn, especially because
mm.
there is a stalwart shieldmate on Ver's side. Just more protection.
Yeah. Yeah. That yeah, the Sonoros +3 power, that's like it's very hard to get that off if you don't have a boar like a boar, the boar with great sword. The introduction of that reciprocity kind of helps allow you to get that on the +3 if you can activate it on board, and it gives you a weapon. Yes, that was one issue that Sonoros level 2 had. There was just no way to get that +3 without using an attack card or anything like that. Because you don't get a sword at the same time.
See another
Yeah.
Frostworm Paladin joining the field
Mm,
here for Jimmy. No floating memory, unfortunately, for the buff and draw. There's just the Zhu Sheng in the grave right now. But it
mm,
is interceptors, and intercepting is very important, especially because with Ver now going to 3, you saw it
mm,
happening here with sort of the setup. They can intercept an ethereal slime, stop Tony from taking that extra damage. They can intercept a um, not lustrous slime, the storm slime as well, because it is only 1 life, and so
mm.
easily stoppable, retaliating to take care of that. And even a limitless slime, you can stop that. It's not a lot of damage in the beginning, but it will start adding up as it gets to buff counters, and the longer it stays alive.
Now, Vera being at level 3, he immediately has 5 slime cards in his banishment. So that's enough. That's a lot of slimes for the storm slime on enter. So you always want to get the free minus two cost for the ethereal slime, making that free. Banish a Tamer Regalia, and then you're gonna activate a storm slime. That's that combo chain as well, and immediately do 5 spell damage to Tenoris.
And
In
they
addition
really
to in addition to like Ethereal Slimes 5, and then Storm Slimes 3, and then that's a lot of damage in one turn.
And a really good thing to note here is Jimmy Lee has not taken any damage
Mm,
so far this game, opposed to game one when Jimmy was already sitting at this moment around like 9, 10
mm,
damage
mm,
onto Norris. So Jimmy has a little bit more of a buffer, and then with these Frostborn Paladins protection as well. It's just you are lacking the domains you need that you
mm.
had prior. So it's sort of a trade-off. It's like, yes, you don't have a lot of damage on you, but now you don't have the domains that you need.
It's also a bit rough because yeah, if you have to you have to quickly level up to level 3, trying to get there as quick as possible, you're going to lose a lot of influence. And if you don't have the Eternal Kingdoms or the additional like extra domains for reservable, you're gonna go down in influence really quickly.
Yeah, it's total like if you just level up from 0 all the way to 3 with
Mm,
just cards in your memory, you lose a total of 5 total cards, which is crazy to think about because
mm,
in Grand Archive, since the cards in hand is the cards you use to pay for the activation cost of other cards, 5 is a lot. That is a huge difference maker between like a
mm,
game changer and not. So it's always important to make sure you balance your resources, use your floating memory, knowing when it's appropriate to level up, when it's appropriate to set up
mm,
instead. And we see Storm Slime coming in, removing a Froststorm Paladin, Ethereal taking out the other one, and then Storm Slime attacking Jimmy for or Tenoris for 3. And that begs the question, and Jimmy's answered it, opting into leveling up here. We do see a banished Thorn Sentinels. Those were brought in from the sideboard. And Tenoris, the Genesis Aegis. I believe we're going to just get the Obelisk of Protection is probably the best bet to try to stop some of this damage on the next turn from You do have that hub, so the cost is reduced by 1 already, and you'd be able to pay for the damage prevention. The armaments and fabrication don't seem too good of an option. And with Jimmy being at such a low influence, I believe a total of 3 going to go to 4 at
mm.
when you draw for turn. You're not really going to be able to do much with that. But actually, it looks like we are opting into the armaments obelisk here. So we are going to get the sword if needed. And I wonder if that sword is going to combine with a. No, I don't think Jimmy even has enough influence to combine that with the cleave. Just a couple of cards short from it here.
No, I think Jimmy only has 3 cards in hand. I think. So yeah, he won't be able to use the activate a Blade of Creation. It's just too expensive at this stage as well. It's kind of rough though for him though, as he's up against a like a faster deck. So like
Mhm.
if he had maybe 1 or 2 extra turns, he'd be able to set up even better. Then again, like we've just said, he did not have a very good start with only 1 domain and only in like no prevention, no other floating. He's having to go all the way down and down in influence and hard level with just 3 in memory. Hmm.
Yeah, with not having that Eternal Kingdom as well, because if you had an
Mm.
Eternal Kingdom, you technically had 3 extra reservable that you could use, so it would be a possibility to get something going. But here we see actually Jimmy Storm of Thorns again, stopping the Storm Slime cold in its tracks, and had no fast activated response for it, so you're not going to be able to take advantage of the on leave effect for the Storm Slime as well. We are going to see a Cremation Ritual on an ally to draw an additional 2 cards here. And maybe digging for just another Storm Slime here. Grill is
Mhm.
being popped into a Stone Scale Band. Floating Memory in the graveyard confirmed. Stalwart is getting out of there. And what we're going to see discard all 3 for memory here. So pretty much going to be resetting their turn, uh, discarding those drawing a 3, and I believe that now puts 4 allies in the graveyard for Guy's Blessing. So we're going to start
Mhm.
to be able to play from the top as well. And this is where the slime lottery really gets going. Let's see if Ver is feeling lucky. First, going to take your guaranteed damage. Ethereal going to be punching Tony for 5. And I want to see something off the top.
Now, don't they note that that Jimmy Lee had used that the Storm of Thorns to prevent the Storm Slime damage. Now, the Storm Slime did not have a buff counter, so it was just going to take deal 3, but then be given no deal 3, prevent 1, and then be taken 1 damage, which ends up killing itself. I think Ver had used that cremation ritual on the stored shield May. I think if you used I think he would wanted to. He was it attack with his storm slime and then use cremation ritual on that storm slime so that you'll be able to cycle banish 2 cards from your memory and then draw 2 cards from the storm slime, but also an additional 2 cards from the cremation ritual. That would have been like the perfect play if there wasn't no storm slime. No, Storm of Thorns. Mm.
And we see the Storm Slime entering Dylan a lot here. 8 from the on enter here. And then the Storm of Thorns still activated for this turn. So Storm
Mm.
Slime is going to get kind of punched back by the ability here, but you do get the on death effect, so
Yeah.
Ver's gonna be able to draw 2. And King Slime now a problem because we see that additional Storm Slime banished from the ability. So if Jimmy removes this King Slime, we know there's gonna be another 8 coming, or -3 because those won't be, another 5 coming directly into Tenor's here, which leaves you at a kind of a catch-22. You can't take out Sylvie if King Slime's around, but if you take
No.
out King Slime, you're risking losing the game then and
Yeah.
there.
It's quite. I did like that Ver decided to use just activate that storm, the second storm slime, just for it to kill itself via the storm of thorns, and then get banish 2, and then getting 2 additional cards, just to kind of like cycle around drawing additional cards. I
Mm-hmm.
actually like that.
Yeah, it was back in Chicago, Ascent
Mm,
Chicago, when Slimes was like the best deck and a lot of people played it, there were so many really cool, unique lines and different like ways to play the deck that people were doing that really
mm,
opened up my eyes, especially on like how complicated this deck can actually be when you really get into the nitty-gritty of it and these
mm,
specific lines. Because I was thinking Guy's Blessing, but there's this King Slime line. We know Ver's and Fire, so if there's another cremation ritual on
mm,
his turn, he'd be able to just set up another big explosive combo turn with drawing 2, dealing damage. So huge possibilities. Waiting for Jimmy for a rebuttal, though. Not
mm.
looking like a lot of influence here. Total of 3 still. We do have the Obelisk of Protection for a little bit of safety. But other than that, you're kind of hoping you draw something good here. Wayfinder's Map was materialized for the turn. You can banish it if you have 3 domains to draw a card. So it's a GCR for domains if that is something that the requirements you do meet. But until then, Jimmy's really got to figure out a way to deal with this board state.
I think it's quite right. Yeah, he's only sitting at 3 cards in hand. Yeah, it's only 3 cards. It doesn't. Yeah, it does not give you a lot of options. He's got no other domains that can help him in this stage. Since like you do need that Eternal Kingdom to activate those domains to become reservable, but in turn you have to put 4 down and 4 cards into memory, and then you'll have nothing to play after that. Quite rough. Now he's activated the Shu Chang.
I don't believe Fur has floating memory for this, so the
Mm,
next card is going to cost additional here, but we'll see. We're not quite at that step on the turn here. We do
mhm,
have materialization for Ver. Going to be getting the Scepter, and this Scepter is what's going to start it all because on enter, you get to pretty much eat up one of your slimes you have on your field. And we all know the King Slime is going to be the one
yeah.
get in the boot here, which is going to trigger a Rube Goldberg machine of jelly goodness in the form of slimes. So getting counters, 1 plus the power of the ally that was banished here, an additional slime for the king slime. We're going to lose 3 from the slime count, though, because those 3 will be entering the field here from the king slime's ability. Storm slime posturing right now to deal 7 to Jimmy. Banishing the Wayfinder's map in response, drawing a card, hoping for something. It looks like we're considering activating the Obelisk of Protection, but the problem is, if you stay alive from the Storm Slime on enter effect, Ver's still going to get a Recollection, a draw, and is sitting on
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 power on board to just attack Tenoris with in general.
I don't think there's not much you can do against this. So he's gonna give buff counters to each of his slimes via the Verdant Scepter. Picks up with 6/6. Storm Slime 4/3, 4/2.
Storm Simon coming in for 4. Does Jimmy have a response here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Putting Tenoris well within lethal range here. Ethereal Slime coming in, and that is gonna be the game here.
It will be game, yeah.
Ver and the slime's just a little bit too much for Jimmy to deal with, resulting in a kind of a wild like game 2 there. Just no real answer to the board state Jimmy had, and just got out pressured. And Ver, as I said, just if Jimmy doesn't remove King Slime, Ver will do it himself to just go ahead and get all those unranked effects. The juicy goodness of Storm Slime being the one there, but crazy kind of game. We got to see both decks sort of do their thing. Jimmy in game 1 popped off a little bit. We didn't really get to see a smash with Obelisk, unfortunate, but I'm super happy Jimmy's playing Domain Tony. We saw some of the newer cards, and hopefully, Jimmy does well in the next 2 rounds. 1-1, still not bad. And Ver on the other end showing us just the power of Serene Fire Slimes and why I think personally it's a sleeper deck. It has a good matchup spread into a lot of things, and who just doesn't like slimes right now? If fractals are the bad guys, you can't be the bad guy playing slimes.
It's kind of funny that Slimes used to be the bad guy, and now it's Fractals, and then Slimes has come back. It was kind of hard. Yeah, it was unfortunate for Jimmy Lee not being able to build up his like large board because like Fire Slimes big is just too quick for that kind of game as well. Like you go to level 3 and you just activate your Ethereals, your Storms, and your King Slimes as well, and it just leaving a lot of problems for Jimmy Lee and his domains. Now, like game 2 was very unfortunate. You just couldn't get the really good start that you need to build up your board. Game 1 had that, but then he couldn't. I think he was maybe like 1 or 2 turns off from really building anything. Like the creation, the power of like to Domain Tony is all that is creating and generating all those tokens. But you got to have the right setup for it, which Jimmy Lee didn't have in that second game.
Exactly. It's all about you said it is like the setup. That is what is important to Domain Tony. You want to be able to set up and make sure you get into your late game with everything you need. You can't get to your late game and be missing things. But without further ado, we do want to just touch quickly on base again. We mentioned it earlier, want to mention it again. Worlds is coming up. June 26th is the start for the gauntlet, going all the way to the 29th. It is going to be a huge event. Actually, the largest Grand Archive event for the year. It is the biggest celebration of competitive play for the season. We're going to be crowning a grand champion, a world champion. I'm sorry, technically a grand champion too. Production is going to be amazing. A lot of goodies are in store for you all there. I'm going to be there. I believe Freedom's going to be there at Worlds, and we all look forward to seeing everyone out there. It's going to be so much fun. Make sure you say hi. Also, make sure you hit that subscribe button for Serene Balance Productions. They do such a great job at bringing these weekly Yeti events live to you all. So show them some love, give them some support, and then why don't you come play in Yetis yourself? The Discord is down below in the description. Go ahead and join the server. Yetis are completely free to enter, no pressure whatsoever. And if you do win prizing, you can work with the hosts there to get it shipped out, pick it up at events, things like that. But we're going to go to a quick 9-10 minute break. Go ahead, stretch out your legs, get some food, and we'll see you all for round 3.
All right.
And just like that, we are back. Hello, everyone. We are jumping into our round three here shortly. In case you are just joining us on the stream, or you might have forgotten because if you don't see it, it doesn't exist. But I'm Valkyrie, and I'm joined by with Freedom here for our Yeti Road to the Gauntlet slash Worlds night events. We've already had two very fun, very fast paced, and just back and forth games. We had, was it Fire Slimes versus Water Domains in our last one, and then our round one was a Xanderoff, the Wind aggro or Wind mid range against a Fire aggro variant. And so we've already gotten to see four different unique decks showcase that. And we're going to continue that trend of decks as well, as our round three is going to feature two champions that have not been featured on stream here yet tonight. So I'll let your guys' minds wander and ponder what those two champions are. But let's go ahead and hear from Freedom a little bit of just your thoughts on Yeti so far.
Um, so we've had really good games these first two rounds. Yeah, Xander's Fire Xander versus Wind Xander, just like who's the better Xander. They're both great as well. Round two, I've enjoyed seeing Water Domain Tony. Unfortunate that he couldn't utilize the full power of domains, so just because of the pressure of slimes now. Just one reminder, of course, is that this is, you could consider this like the road to Gauntlet, because Jimmy Lee is in the Gauntlet.
Mhm.
Mhm. As
He
well.
did. He qualified in it from, I believe, NA Nationals, right?
Yep. So he's getting as much practice as in. I'm not sure about using. I don't think he'll use Water Domain Tony. It's just not there at not at the level right now. So he might have something bit better in mind. But he is in the Gauntlet, just to remind. And then which is happening off stream, so none of us will be able to watch that one. Just a reminder, I think. So,
The Gauntlet will be streamed.
oh, it is.
So
Okay.
yeah, so there'll be a game every round in the Gauntlet that will be streamed. You're not going to be able to see every Gauntlet game,
Mm,
unlike Worlds, where you're going to see almost every Worlds game being played. The Gauntlet is more of a the players are literally thrown in a room where they're going to be just be playing 8 to 9 rounds of Grand Archive. So it's it is literally like a mini ascent before Worlds. And it's gonna like just thinking about the mental and physical fatigue on these Gauntlet players, it's just gonna set up for a very beautiful, like storybook Cinderella run, as if a player who barely made it into the Gauntlet, who fights their way, barely makes it into Worlds from the Gauntlet,
mm,
and then just ends up winning Worlds. I think it'd be an amazing storyline. The amount of like videos and stories that would come off of that would like it'd blow my mind. But Grand Archive is a very fickle game.
mm,
You sometimes, just as we saw, can just lose against an opponent randomly just because they drew the best cards possible and you didn't draw any answers. But speaking of drawing answers, we are jumping into our game or round three, game one with Edward on Wind Allies Arizona fighting against Espeon on Burn Kong Ming. Two decks that you don't see very often, and I'm
mm.
really curious to see how this matchup goes.
So this is a great example of that off season, off meta kind of deck. Everyone's just playing fun decks and all the different combinations. Some of them might be playing combinations for the 3v3 teams, but it's great to see people experimenting with these kind of decks. Yeah, like Fire Burn Kong Ming. This utilizes Kong Ming's the shifting currents mechanic as well. So like I'm seeing a lot of so he's got Ardent Cloud Strikers for when he goes west, doing 3+3 damage as well. He's got all these like spells that utilize which direction the shifting currents is in as well. I'm excited for these Wind Arasana allies as well, though.
Yeah, lot of like really cool interactions for the deck. We do see some of the new MRC Alter cards being in there, uh,
Mm,
which I'm really excited that maybe it's the spice that this deck needed, those additional cards. But with the Kong Ming, you're gonna see a lot of empowering as well, which is gonna be
Mm.
like kind of cool to see because a lot of the aggro decks are much more ally based, but with the Fire Burn Kong Mean, you literally get to just throw fireballs at your opponent and take real big advantage of your class bonus because of it.
Mm-hmm. Now, this, yeah, like, yeah, utilizing that empower mechanic. So he's got the fractal of mana on board. So if he gets that class bonus, he can get those, like, he can use those nascent blasts, doing three damage per, and then kind of like it goes back into memory if you're using the empower. Well, on Edward's board, his one is it is wind allies. But I can see on his list, he has a lot of what no one what people don't play anymore or aren't because there's just nowhere to play them. A lot of potions. I can see he's got 3 different potions in the deck.
And what are the 3 potions we're looking at here?
Okay. Yes. So we're looking at so he's got 4 drafts of stamina. So I think that is the one that applies buff counters. He's got invigorating concoctions and he's got wild growth elixirs. My mistake. Wait, draft of stamina. So draft of stamina is the one that wakes up a target ally you control. So it's just like a rally advance or just waking up an ally. Wild growth elixir is the one that applies buff counters. It's just fun seeing all these these potions being played. If you can utilize it, you can brew them. You don't have to pay so much. You have to spend your hand to play them.
I'm seeing doubles right there on the screen, Freedom. We see a double Shimmer Cloak off of Edward, and then Espeon just responds in kind with another Fractal Mana and another Mnemonic Charm. So both these players is doubling up on all the cards they're playing. We do see Edward opting into level 1 Arisana, rolling the herbs, getting a 1 and a 2 here. And I think like with the drought of stamina that we're saying that wakes up an ally, you sort of get that
Mm,
pseudo effect from like a second wind or rallied advance that Lorraine can do, especially if you have a power cell. And here we actually see, I believe this is a um, potion being activated here from Edward. We'll get a confirmation, a wild growth elixir, opting not to brew it, keeping your herbs instead. And so
mm,
this is one that we want to keep our eye on because this, as it gets age counters, the buff counters will be equal to the age. So we want to keep our eye just to see how big the Shimmer Cloak actually will get. And that can just end the game if Espeon doesn't have an answer for the allies
mm.
on board currently.
I think this is a very interesting take on the wake up the ally wake up kind of deck that Lorraine does with like robo allies or robo or sorry just wind allies in general. 'Cause yeah, you got the draft stamina to wake up. I know that like Edward is playing automatons in this because he got the backup charger with the single power cell, so buffing for +2 power, and then you just kind of like use the wild growth elixirs to add more buff counters, and then just kind of attack, wake up, and attack again. It's just a different version of the allies wake up allies decks. It's a nice take.
It is. And we also see Espeon opting into the Ardent Cloud Striker, a card that I really wasn't a big fan of until I
Mm.
started playing Kong Ming myself. And now this card is literally like the gas to the engine. I love this card so much. As long as your Shifting Currents is facing west, Ardent Cloud Striker, if it attacks a champion, gets +3 power to it. So it hits for a total of 6 damage, which is
Mm.
huge. Like that's half a spirit's life just about.
Yeah.
And
Like five costs to activate it is very expensive, but for the trade off is getting 6 damage on your opponent.
indeed, and Edward here opting into materializing a Alcahest to increase the age counters on their potion, just like a fine wine. You want it to be kind of old, nice labeled sitting in the
Mm.
Bruin stage. And then we also get a activation from the material deck on your main
Ooh.
phase with the Polaris. But You know, what beats an Arctic Cloud Striker? None other than everyone's favorite fairy, the Dream Fairy.
The Dream Fairy MVP of a set Houston. As
Yes.
if people don't know, this card basically won it's won the finals as well. I like that Edward is using Alkahest for its the age counter effect. Because I remember when this is being used, it was just used typically to destroy a regalia, an item or regalia. Not many people use it for its potion for the age counter effect.
Oh, and here we just saw a really cool interaction. At the end of Edward's turn, Espeon tries to nascent blast the Dream
Ah,
Fairy to be able to activate that Ardent Cloud Striker. And just in response, Edward grabs the Dream Fairy and makes it drinks the elixir, giving it 2 buff counters, saving it from the nascent blast. And that Ardent Cloud Striker is still locked down in Fairy Gel.
I like that. Yeah. It's like I think in Fire Calming, the only like damaging ally that he has, it is actually, it is the pretty much the only ally he has is the Ardent Cloud Striker. locking down the cloud, locking out Espeon from using the Cloud Striker with the Dream Fairy was a very good play. That is it. It's not like he won't. It's not like he can't get rid of the Dream Fairy. It's just now much more difficult to.
Yes, a lot harder. And here we see a fireball. This is going to be a huge fireball. This is Kongming 2, so you empower 3, 4 from the Monarch Charms, which is 7, plus level 2 is... Oh, we're still on Kongming 1. I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. So this is 4, 5, 6 damage to the Dream Fairy from that fireball. And now the Ardent Cloud Striker coming back. Espeon really wants to be able to attack for 6 here. And that's exactly what they're going to be able to do. Freed from Fairy Gel out here. And now, just like that, damage total for both champions are near equal, 11 to 9. Anyone's game here. Edward is materializing. What can they do here? Here's an answer. An ingredient pouch. We need more herbs. We have 4 damage sitting on board with the allies here. We're gathering, getting some more herbs. I'm really curious to see if there's anything specific that Edward wants to do with these herbs, or if it's mostly just to like brew the potions and for the Polaris. But we're gonna wake
Well,
up. Oh,
I think Espeon has basically only one card in hand. He has no response. He can't use like a resolution. I'm pretty sure Edward would take this game because he's got you see you got 2+2, and you can use the power cell. That's another 2. That's already 6. That puts Espeon to 17. So he just needs 2.
yeah, there's a possibility that Edward has no allies in hand. It could just literally be a bunch of potions sitting on a shelf. So never count someone out of the game until the very end here, but it is looking like the door is being shut on Espeon and only trying to just get like a hand in there to stop it. But it is up to Edward if the damage will be there. A little quick math calculations and a Fairy Whispers actually. We may not have an ally in hand if this is the case. We're digging, we're looking. We get to Glimpse 3, and then on Glimpse, you get to put them at the top or bottom of your deck, your choice. Then once you decide you're glimpsing, you can reveal the top card of your deck. If it is a Wind Element card, you get to add it to your hand. And now the secret about Fairy Whispers is you get to choose what's on top of your deck. So it's your choice if you want to reveal that Wind Element or not.
We this is typically a Wind Allies list, but I was just having a quick look at the deck of the deck. It's not a lot of Wind Allies, actual allies in the deck. Half of it, almost half of it, is utility. More than half actually is utility. So if he is, yeah, like you said, if he can't find that extra 2 pip of damage from an ally, then Espeon will survive with one more turn.
Yeah, and that's why you run these allies that sort of have self-protection, these stealth allies, because it's very hard for your opponents to remove with normal means of what you would see just attacking into them, and it forces your opponent to have spells, actions, anything of that nature to just stop
Mm.
the allies. But automated gardener. So we did find another ally, and I think we're coming close to the game one. Uh, we have that cheeky little power cell that's gonna pump up the automated gardener, like overcharge the battery here, and there's just a
Mhm.
little bit more force behind the kick or a punch. I assume it's gonna be a punch from the gardener. He wouldn't really
Mm.
kick.
And
Uh,
there is the last four. Oh, actually. Oh, yeah, there's yeah.
that's
So, yeah,
exactly
that is
it.
the last four.
Game one, Edward taking it home for the Arizona robot crew.
Mm.
And we're gonna just go ahead and look at our deck lists here. Let's go ahead and look at Espeons first in that sideboard. What do you need? What do you want against this? Honestly, though, there's maybe the reduce to ash to take out the Polaris. That wasn't really an issue, though. Smoke out. I think that is going
Smokeout
to
is
be
the
the
one.
important one.
Yeah.
Reason being, Freedom. Why is smoke out so important in this matchup?
So Smokeout is a one reserve cost damage spell, I believe, but which does 4 damage. Which it does 4 damage to a unit. However, if it has stealth, it does an additional 3, so it's doing 4 damage to anything with stealth. It doesn't matter, a unit as well. So that'll be great for those the Shimmer Cloak assassins as well. And it's also a
I,
really sneaky card for like for opponents that use, was it anything that like puts stealth on their champion, right? And it's like,
mhm.
they'll take 4 damage just from a one cost. But anyway, in this particular game, it'll be great for those Shimmick like assassins. And Edward doesn't run like a lot of allies, so mainly the automated gardeners and the Shimmick cloak assassins. So
Yeah,
taking the assassins out would be great.
I'm
Sorry.
no expert, but Smokeout dealing 3 damage and Shimmercloak's only having 2 life.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good deal. That's some value. Now moving on to Edward's sideboard. We see a bauble of every variety in here. We have a fire,
Mhm.
water, and wind resonance bauble in that sideboard, being prepared for any specific matchup. Then we see 4 copies of Counter Interference, the new MRC Alter negate for your automatons, which I really like. I feel like I would bring these into this particular matchup as well. And then honestly, you could bring in that last Dream Fairy as well, just because it's MVP of that game one, forced Espeon to really
Mm.
like fight tooth and nail to keep the Ardent, and why not just have another one in here? Anything else catching your eye in this sideboard? It is kind of simple.
So yeah, you put in a fire bauble. Everyone will always do that. The 4 counter interference is great for negating any of those activations or anything that targets a automaton. It's great when you have a power so that you could sacrifice and draw a card for it to go neutral, but you don't have to use it for that effect. Just for the negate part. You wanted the additional Dream Fairy for the Cloud Striker. Could also put in the Zephyr just to delay a Cloud Striker's attack. Well, 3 Zephyrs to 4. Yeah, I mean, he could if he wants to, but not really necessary. You may want to use add in the Dream Fairy as well.
Yeah, I just want to see more robots. I'm a big
Mm,
fan. We just had MRC Ultra, as we stated here prior. I just want to
mm,
see more robot strategies, take advantage of some of these newer cards that helped unlock a lot of the cards we had sort of sitting around, right?
mhm.
Shimmercloak, already hard to deal with. You run in counter interference. Shimmercloak's even harder to deal with now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we're not seeing the command attack running in this list, which
So I think Eternal Directive is a wind attack, but it's a warrior. It's restricted to the warrior class.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, the on attack is class bonus. The on attack is the one that gives a buff counter.
It's if you think about it though, I guess it is slightly worse than Second Wind, especially if you power
Mm,
sell a um Shimmer Cloak, but it could also because I believe it's commands for 3. So
yeah.
you lose 1 damage maybe
Yeah.
that. So I guess not having that class bonus warrior does hinder you in that aspect there. But of
But
course, always great thing of Ground Archive is most cards are always playable outside of their class. You just might not get a
Mm.
specific thing about it.
Well, the thing about the like those commands is that because they attack, you rest the ally to attack. So they're attack cards, but you rest the ally. So you could play more than one command if you wanted to per turn, rather than being restricted to your champion, which you could only use one attack per turn. But now you could have like two. You could use two ally attack cards per turn, possibly.
Espeon has done my favorite thing when you play Kong Ming. You go turn one something to get in your memory. You then level up into Kong Ming and then drop an Ardent Cloud Striker turn two, attack your opponent, shift your currents west, and go answer this or you're taking 6 on my next turn.
Yeah. It's a very popular play. Like Ardent Cloud Strikers, you want to put that down as quickly as possible because that 5 cost gets a lot more difficult in the later game stages of the game.
Yeah, it gets really tough, especially when you're just very low on influence,
Mm,
where opting into a Cloud Striker is your entire turn and you have no cards left in hand. Everything's down in
mm,
memory. But Edward
mm,
is playing it very safe. I really admire the restraint they have. Gonna go immediately into Arisana level 1, get that additional life buffer with the level 1 champion here, which then also unlocks class bonuses. You can get Polaris out of your material deck for free during your main phase if you want to do the alternate activation cost. You got some herbs, and we do see some ways for Edward to generate more herbs, so it's very possible this Cloud Striker may only have about 1 turn left in him.
mhm. Yeah, as you said, like Cloud Striker becomes difficult to play in the later stage. Why should yeah. Because it takes up a whole turn, right? So that whole the Dream Fairy bouncing it back and then forcing him to play another 5 for the Cloud Striker basically just like opened him up for that lethal turn. Hmm.
Edward doing a lot of digging here, scouting all the lands. We had 2 so far pre-recollection, just
Mm,
maybe trying to find an ally. We do know that there is a lower ally count opposed to normal wind ally decks you would see. As you said, a
mm,
lot of it is like support and help for the automatons themselves. 9 being potions, which I
mm,
think is really cool. But now Edward is going to take their actual turn. They sort of had a turn before turn. Felt like Tristan for a moment there with the amount of activations and card draw happening.
mm,
2 down here, and we see an Imperial Alchemist. On enter, you're going to go ahead and you get that gather. And then I believe there is a brew effect as well. Yes,
mm,
whenever you brew a potion, he gets buff. So it's going to make sense here with all these herbs. Wow, 2 more herbs from the automated, or 1 more herb, my apologies here, from the automated
ooh,
gardener. So Polaris, if it is opted to be brought out here, there's already 4 herbs chilling. And I wonder if there's a potion in the hand of Edward to be brewed to buff this alchemist. And I think there is. We have 2 herbs being grabbed out,
yeah.
and wild growth elixir brewed and ready to go.
There we go. So brewing that potion gives the Imperial Alchemist a buff counter. So some of these potions they've got some really cool like effects. But they are quite expensive to play. However, if you brew them using herbs, then you don't lose cards in hand. So some of the really cool potions require like much more specific kinds of herbs because of the subtypes as well. But Wild Growth Elixir is great because it just you just need 2 generic herbs. Any of them will do.
Yeah, it's right there on the card we can see with Wild Growth Elixir. There's the
Mm,
brew keyword, and then it tells you sort of like the cost. And 2 herbs as generic as it gets. But it could get more specific, as you were saying. It'd require
mm,
like specific names of herbs, like a spring leaf, a razorvine. It can also ask for a type of herb. There's catalysts and I think adjuvants, I believe
mm,
is the name. So you can even get a little bit more like details from there. We do see the poor Ardent Cloud Striker falling to the Imperial Alchemist and the Automated Gardener. Espeon going with the fire tried and true classic of Hasty Messenger, doing a little bit of digging, and hopefully gonna find something good. Is that the new clumsy from? It is.
That is a new one. Yep.
And taking a
The
little bit of damage, but drawing a card in return.
mhm. This is an interesting game. I like that these two different decks as well. I would have liked just like Kong Ming is such a very fun champion with the shifting currents mechanic as well. So we're seeing the demolition on 2, 3, possibly one of the allies.
Uh, yeah, perhaps a little bit of conversation asking about the wild growth elixir.
Mm,
Maybe just, can you save an ally if I target it here? The Imperial Alchemist, I believe, is gonna be, yeah, gonna be taken out here. Not gonna be uh, able to grow much larger with any more brewing. Uh, just double checking there. Make sure the clumsy swings in to maximize your damage.
mm,
And Edward is gonna have to try and figure out a way to start putting a little bit more pressure on Espeon, as I feel like they are quite in a comfortable position, especially with that mnemonic charm sitting in the
mm,
back for a big fireball.
mm. I think it was actually quite smart to take out that Imperial Alchemist because of that was it the brew, if you brew something put an buff counter, because that alchemist can get really large, and especially with the wild growth elixirs, it's gonna get big.
Hmm. Yeah, it's one of those like, oh, one buff counter there, one buff counter there, and before you know it, has 3 to 4 power
Yep.
attacking in, can just remove a Cloud Striker by itself. We do see the Hasty Messenger being taken out, a little bit of Border Clear, and wow, just a pass turn from Edward. No other pretty much plays and options. Might be looking for just the fast speed, Fairy Whisper, Scout the Lands, things of that nature at the end of Espeon's turn, but not committing or anything to the board or developing it.
Mm. I like that Edward has a Polaris Cauldron on his board or in the deck as well. Because even though he is also an allies deck, if for any reason he has no allies to play, or the opponent kind of gets too large, he can just use that Polaris to just clear the board and just reset. It's more like a last resort rather than like in like Windari, which you want Cosmic Bolts. In this deck, however, it's more just a board clear in general.
Yeah, you could also get your allies way above the
Mm,
kill range from the Polaris with your wild growth elixirs and the Imperial Alchemist, as we were
mm,
discussing as well.
mm.
Espeon, double demonic charms. I'm really starting to fear a fireball. That is something. Each of those may be sacrificed to empower 2, so we're already looking at like +6 damage for a fireball.
Mm. Six,
And
7, 8, 8. An 8 damage fireball. It can just spring, especially because it's a fast activated spell as well.
mhm. Uh, but does have to keep in mind the amount of recovery herbs that Edward is generating. I believe I see a 3 and a 4, so that's already 2 recover herbs on the field of Edward. So I know a lot of times when people go to lethal Arisana and they had the exact amount, the Arisana player confirms that it's the exact amount, and they go, I will eat an herb in response and recover 1.
Uh, I think some viewers can remember when Limbo was on stream and he had to roll gather a specific herb. He needed a recover herb, and the dice came through for him, and he recovered at 1 pip of extra life. So these recover herbs, they can come clutch. And then Edward here is just going to constantly gather everything, like pretty much everything in his automated gardeners, his Imperial Alchemists. They're just gathering and gathering and gathering.
Wind Arizona, or I should say Edward in this situation, is playing a mini game, tending to their garden, making sure their herbs are growing nice and strong. In the meantime, they're making one would say a very strong moonshine in the back. That Wild Growth Elixir already has 4 age counters on it. It's aging quite well, and I believe next
Mm,
turn it might just be used to try and look for a lethal line. That 6 age counters is nothing to joke about.
yeah.
Combining that with an automated Gardener, that's going to be 8 total power that can swing at Kong Ming or remove something like the likes of an Ardent Cloud Striker.
I like that he's got it. So he's got the like a potion alongside the alchemist. So yeah, each recollection phase that potion's gonna go up by 1, and then the alchemist is also gonna add another 1. So this can what's it this elixir is just going to go up to 4, then to 6, and to 8 really quickly.
Oh,
So
I'm
these
actually
automated gardeners.
very curious if we have enhanced potency in the deck, but scanning here, we do not. But that would also be a very funny line Edward could do.
Mm,
Unfortunately, not going to be
mm.
a viable option, but for those wondering, enhanced potency is something that doubles the effect of a potion.
Oh.
Oh, and here we do see that big fireball from Espeon, all 3 mnemonic charms.
Ooh.
And Edward, in response, just gonna Veiling Breeze here, a little bit of protection. We're gonna negate 4 of that damage, feasibly having the damage from the fireball.
Mm. 15. That was actually exact lethal. If he didn't have that Veiling Breeze, that was lethal. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, because he also had the two herbs to recover. So he had enough to go to 19, but then he had to consider 21.
Correct. Yeah, it's as I said, it's one of those you try and go for exact lethal on Arisana, and they go, "I'll eat an herb." But luckily, Edward did have the Veiling Breeze. Gonna pop the Fire Bauble, draw a card, and I'm pretty sure Espeon's gonna use that materialized Terrafring right here to go ahead and stop, or not stop, but force Edward to have to pay an additional 2 reserve to attack here.
Mm.
Um, yep, Terrafring going for the turn. I'm still trying to calculate though. Is that enough damage to get through? Let's see here. We
Mm.
have 6, 8 from the Automaton Gardener. Puts you to 14. And then we would need a second win, so there would need to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in hand to do exact, or not exact lethal, but to really run over the competition here. 2, gonna get that first swing in for 8. And I believe we are gonna brew a potion.
Oh.
Oh, here it is. We don't need a second wind when we have a potion to wake up our ally. That is going to save us that reserve cost. Attacking in under the effects of the Terrafring. And there we go. Drought of Stamina. It's that automated Gardener got a 5-hour energy boost. Here we go. Swing in for 8 and 8. Gonna close out the game against Espeon. We were calculating if you had enough cards in hand to second wind and attack through that Terrafring. It doesn't matter because of that brew mechanic. All you
Mm.
needed was 1 spring leaf and 2 herbs. And so with that, we've successfully witnessed and watched our round 3 of the Yeti Road to the Gauntlet, Road to the Worlds, the hype train. This is the final station before our destination. Wow, I am, it's one of those, it's a Thursday night and we're watching some Grand Archive and I am just getting hyped every moment. I'm witnessing more cards being activated here. I am so excited that everything is coming to the actual World Championships. And, before we get into that, I just wanted to comment on that last game here. Love seeing those 2 decks. I love the fun decks, the things that you don't normally get to see, and both really got to showcase why they were 2 and 0. The Ardent Cloud Striker Fireball combo for what was it, 15 damage in one turn, 6 from the Ardent, 8 from or 14, 8 from the Fireball, and then we saw the Wind Air Sauna, just a giant gardener, got double potion, chugging them. I believe the kids call it, double fisting the potions there. But yeah, Uh, really great to
I
see.
like. I think this deck from Edward was like it's really cool because like he even though he was under tariff, he was able to utilize the brew mechanic of those potions because he only had what 8 to hand, so he could brew, he could attack twice and also still be able to brew something as well. Um, yeah, he had enough, or you could have just play them in hand. I'm pretty sure he had the math as well. But I do like this twist on like these wake up ally decks, especially when it's not warrior.
Yeah, it's refreshing, right? Not seeing
Mm.
a warrior wind allies and seeing sort of a variance of it.
Mm. There's like potions was a really cool mechanic that they introduced into Alchemical Revolution. However, like the current decks just could there wasn't a really good way to utilize them and be competitive as well because the whole inconsistency of getting of getting gathering the herb that you needed. Now
Mhm,
now that we've got like more sets that come out and more support for gather and brew. But it's nice to
mhm.
see this.
It really is.
I
And
think
I'm actually like, there's other potions too, and like other cards that you could
mm,
consider running in that deck. So it's really like, I wonder how tested it is, or if this is Edward's first time running this deck and wanted to see like this variation.
mm,
Because you take it in so many ways. And I just the amount of herbs that were being gathered, and we didn't even see like in not enhanced potency, I'm sorry, fertile grounds, because that's like
yeah.
a Wind Ari staple, right? That a lot of those decks run fertile grounds to like duplicate your herbs, so you can get the
Mm.
munch effect from Arizona level 2. Uh,
Yeah, like this. I think this could also be like a very good deck for the 3v3 as well because it's a best of one format, right? You could utilize any deck that can just surprise your opponent, and you won't be able to sideboard an additional game to kind of counteract it. It's like, oh, you'll be surprised at this like potion deck because you won't be able to respond until the second game. However, there is no second game.
yeah, it's in the World's 3v3 format. All you have to do is beat your opponent once. They don't get a sideboard, they don't get a second chance, nothing. So if you catch your opponent off guard with,
Yeah.
Wild Growth Elixir, Drought of Stamina, Automated Gardener, they're gonna just be like, what?
What was
How do
that?
I beat this? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. As well. Like it's you gotta craft it's nice. You gotta craft a deck that can win in one game. You don't have to craft a deck that wins a set.
And it is perfectly fine to play decks that can sneak out wins out from underneath your opponent, because that is what those are meant to do.
Yeah. So the I'm quite excited to see what comes out of this 3v3 Path of Steel.
Mhm.
Mhm. Unfortunately, it won't. I know that this won't be streamed, but I'll be excited to hear like what decks people have created, or what combinations. All right, what deck combinations in their teams do they create?
Yeah, and it's all about seat placement too, because you could bring like the
Mm,
three best decks in people's opinions, but if you're just sat in like the wrong order, or like the opposing team just sits across from you and they just have direct counters to everything you had, these crazy rogue decks can easily like sneak in and beat those. And that's another part of the strategy is where do you sit? Where do you think certain decks are going to be, and what position A, B, or C is going to be most favorable for you?
I think this 3v3 is a rogue deck's dream. Rogue decks will probably be the really good ones in this out of this as well. Like, yeah, I mean, if you've got two other teammates, you could enter Path of Steel. Just I'm sure there'll be a lot of teams will be playing in this format.
Indeed. a lot of teams playing. I think last year we had, was it 30 to 40 teams or maybe even more. I don't remember off the top of my head. We had quite a bit. There was a lot of teams uh playing
But
theirs,
now,
and I feel like it's going to be even more going on our second
yeah,
worlds.
going on to even more. So now that we're on our second, so the first year of Grand Archive was great. There was a lot of players that got into it. A lot of Southeast Asia, and then also Oceania, and just like
Mhm.
traveling over. But now that we're in our second year, Southeast Asia in particular exploded in its second year. And Oceania too as well. So the second year of Grand Archive has, I'd say, like doubled or tripled in player numbers since then. So we could possibly see a lot of teams and a lot of players, because like the gauntlet, we've got the world 16 plus the an additional 16 from the gauntlet to be in the final stages. It's gonna be exciting.
Exciting indeed. You stole the words right out of my mouth there, Freedom. And
Mhm.
we just want to give a quick shout out to Yeti, or yes, Yeti, for
Yeah.
MBK hosting these events. We have multiple workers as well, Brighton going in there, and a huge special thank you and shout out to all the judges. These are volunteers taking their time out of their
Mhm.
day to make sure these events run smoothly, answer calls, and we can't have these Yeti events without these judges. So thank you all out there for participating, for helping, and then a special thank you to all the players as well. Sound like a broken record player, but will not stop saying
Mm.
it. If you do want to participate in Yetis, go ahead, click down in the description below. There is the link to the Discord server. You can go ahead and join it. Completely free to play into, lots of great players, great practice, things like that. Also, go ahead and subscribe to Serene Balance Productions. And if you're feeling a little spicy or you really like Andy, click the like button. Liking the video helps a lot in the algorithm and really shows that this is a channel that you do want to support and see more of that content here. Now, that was the end of my ad read. Back to the world's freedom if you want. If not, go ahead and take us out of here. Your choice.
Um, yeah, I mean, Worlds next week is going to be really exciting. I'll be watching from home. Unfortunately, I'm not going, but it's going to be watch. I'm going to be excited to watch the casters, especially you, Valkyrie, because you are one of the casters for Worlds. Um, and and also, well, Once in Love, Red Zone Rogue, and Main Deck Dan, and I don't remember the fifth one now.
Lineage break. So,
Oh, it's
uh,
right. Lineage Break Cam. Yeah.
mhm.
Sorry as well. I'm excited to watch all five of you casting. Okay. Well, and with that, I believe we can go. We will go to the next break. Well, thank you.
And so
Hello,
for
everyone.
the fourth time tonight, we are coming back to you here for our road to the gauntlet, Yetis, our path to worlds. We're climbing the mountain and soon we'll be at the peak to see who stands and will plant the flag. My name is Valkyrie and I'm joined here with Freedom, and we're happy to be bringing you this fourth and final round. It's been an exhilarating last 3 hours, have fun, unique matchups and everything. And we're not over quite yet. We have one more pairing coming at you. Freedom, is there anything particular that you want to be seeing in these last two decks?
I think, yeah, I think like everyone would like to see probably like a Diana, like champions that people don't play these days, right? So we're looking at these road decks. We got like Diana, we got Polkorg, even Vanitas that isn't Razor Gale or anything. I maybe want to see, but mainly like a Ranger. Like to see that.
Ranger? Alrighty. Well, unfortunately, we cannot provide you a Ranger here. Instead, we are getting
Mm.
two champions. Good thing, but we have none other than the Turtle Master themselves, Guojia, bringing in the Genbu against a Dao Chan, but not the Dao Chan that you know and love. It is going to be the Fire Burn Dao Chan. So a nice little variant take, a deck that was really like popular on initial release of
Mm.
the recollection deck, but it seemed like the water counterpart had a little bit more steam to it and left sort of the fire variant smoldering in the dust. But now, since water has that slight nerf to it, people may be favoring the fire variant a little bit more.
Definitely. Like Dao-chan had initially it was really popular. Yeah, again, fire or water was really popular. Fire was like cool, had really cool like fire cleric specific cards, but unfortunately, water fractals was just too good. You know, it was just too good to play over that fire as well. But I like to see that people are now trying it again, see if it works better. Fire Dao-chan works is great in like a fire aggro type of deck as well, but I don't normally see any of the fire fractal version though. But it would be nice to see that.
Yeah, there is a lot of like fantasias that you can run in fire to really take
Mm,
advantage of the glowing conflagration and the shimmering refraction you have
mm,
access to. So it's really going to be unique to see how this deck plays out. This matchup in particular is going to be kind of a unique one because both decks have a very solid game plan that they are going to be aiming for. And it's sort of like who finds their key engine piece the fastest will probably win it. Gambu is all about that self mill, and it's very possible Gambu can just win that lottery, do a super high roll, hit what they need, and get Gambu flip turn 3, turn 4, and then resonating fugue into a million damage with the Gambu attack. Or,
mm,
Fire Dao Chan looks for a very fast, like double Fire Bloom Flourish, open in hand into a bunch of aggressive pieces like shimmering refractions, things of that nature. Speaking of which, we have Zeus with the two fire bloom flourishes on that opening hand. And something to note is we have a normal spirit of fire rather than the fragmented spirit of fire, so you get that additional card in hand, which does matter a lot, especially when you want to try and commit a lot of things to board as fast as possible. Now, Genbu opening in their own right serve the best start possible for Genbu here. Double fractal of rain, answering the double fire bloom flourish. I feel like this has just been the theme of tonight, right? Freedom, just double, double, double. We saw that a couple of games before of people just playing the multiple cards right after each other.
mm. Like I think this it's great stuff for both players. I think Neil Gimbu no not Gimbu so Guoja might have got the better double in this because by double imbued fractal rains they're gonna get their Gim if they level up they can get Gimbu flipped within turn 4, turn 3. Oh yes, they will get theirs flipped by turn 3 as well.
And that
But
is a
on
very
the
fast Genbu.
Yeah. As well. One thing that I'm not sure, does Fire Delchan have a fire skill action that can kill a Gembu when it's like when you flip it with the resonating fugue? Be
I
quite curious to see what he's got.
don't believe so.
Mm,
I think like once Gembu is flipped, Fire Daochen really cannot do much against that.
mm.
So it's a matter of can you kill the Guojia before the Gembu actually gets to that problematic state here,
Yeah,
which
well,
is
that's the thing. Like, Fire Delchan has to be quick, but Gembu can kind of like sit on it. Well, Gembu plays that Guoja plays that control kind of style.
yeah, it's and Genbu can play multiple ways, right? It can be the aggressive deck, or it can go the late game and go the mill route with the polar fractal depths, right? Which allows them to really, and they can even like self mill themselves and then set up a
Mm,
tabula turn, or you can mill out your opponent with the amount of like water cards. Because with three polar fractal depths, you do the first one to yourself, second one to yourself, and the third one to your opponent.
yeah, I mean exactly. Like you don't. I think in this particular matchup, you won't win with the milled route, but you can also win with the.
With the yeah, so there's
Mm,
like many possible ways that the Genbu can actually take advantage of the
mm,
situation and everything. And we do see Dao Chan, Zeus already materializing Dao Chan. We have 6 damage already on the Guojia. Genbu has 3 counters, which I believe it is 9 total to flip Genbu. Each of
yep.
the Shinjus takes a certain amount of counters. It's 8, 9, and 10.
Hmm.
And so we see a Frostborn Paladin, buff counter, drawing a card, and 2 floating memories still left in the grave for the Guojia. And it's like this deck has like so many threats. It's you have Stratagem Married Ice, you have Gambu, you have Polar Fractal Depths. There's so many things to really like worry about and be concerned. But as a
Mm,
Fire Dao player, I think you mostly just want to deal damage as fast as possible. We see the materialization of Everflame Staff. It's going to synergize very well with the Fire Bloom Flourishes.
mm,
And Zeus just wants to maintain about like less than 4 influence every turn to be able to get those additional trigger draws.
mm. The thing is that he needs so in order to get the double like the value of from both those 5 million flourishes, he will need to go down to I believe an influence of 2. Because if he goes 3, oh wait no, influence of 2 as well. Because the 5 million flourish can only resolve when you have 4 or less as well. Because if you go down to 3 influence, you'll draw that 4th card, and then you can too. Go up to 5. Yes, so he has to go down to 3.
Mhm.
Because if he gets an influence of 5, then you won't be able to trigger like a second or a third 5 million flourish.
What is Zeus cooking up here? We see a glowing conflagration. We're gonna
Mm.
banish 2 fire cards from the graveyard, pay for 1. So this is
Ooh.
going to deal uh, X 1 plus X, where X is the amount of total Fantasias. So I believe that is going to be 3 in total because we have 2 fire blooms right there, which is also going to trigger your Everflame staff that is on the
Mm.
field, as this is a fire spell that is also dealing damage.
Ooh, this is very fast. Yeah, the double fire blooms triggering off the what's that secret called?
A- And you blink and you miss it, right? It
Yeah,
is
the Everflame Star. Ah,
Zeus already taking game 1. Just look how quick and aggressive that deck was. The double Fire Bloom Flourish opening is so strong, dealing those additional damages. Uh, each pretty much recollection phase, drawing you cards, combining it with the Everflame staff. And Genbu had a high rolly start with the amount of floating
Mm,
they milled, starting with the 2 fractals, but it didn't matter because there was no answer to what Zeus was actually doing. And in the game of Grand Archive, if you're able to execute your game plan without being stopped by your opponent, it does not matter what your opponent is doing at that point.
mm. The thing is, like, the Water Gorger plays control, but if you're gonna like, if you go double Fractal Rain, which is a great opener, but it leaves you incredibly open. And I was like that, I was wrong in thinking he had the better start because Fireman Flourish, when you get 2 of those down, you could just materialize out a Everflame Staff, or you could level up first, whichever either order, and then, well, I mean, as you just saw, he just did all that damage by turn 3.
Yeah, let's look at these sideboards real quick. I
Mm,
feel like the sideboard is gonna go by very quick. We're gonna look at the Fire Dao Chen one. We see I personally would bring in the Censor of Restful
mhm,
Peace. I think that would be
mhm,
very beneficial to help mitigate some of these mills. And then you could honestly look for Crystallized Destinies, but
mhm,
I think that might slow down your game plan a little bit too much because you want to stay the aggressor. You don't want to be trying to like stay back with defensive options. It's kill or be killed, and I think you want to leave those in the sideboard just to maintain
mm.
that. On the other side, Freedom, what do you think Genbu is going to be bringing in?
So it's hard. So he's got 4 Nessun bots, right? But I don't see. Well, we haven't seen any allies played from Zeus as well. But if you've kind of figured out that it's a 5 fractals, then you won't need any blasts as well. Song of Frost, again, like no attacks were happened. It was just all spells. Expel the Departed will be great for against the Fireman Flourishes or any other Fantasia as well. Beastborn Boots, yes, for Beastborn Boots for that spell shroud. Well, yeah, I'll see Expelled Apart, just 1 extra copy. I think in the deck he doesn't run. He just runs the single one in the side. It's hard to see a one off.
Hmm.
Hmm.
No, I totally agree with you there. And it looks like Zeus opening with a Ravenous Pyre and Firebloom Flourish. Ravenous Pyre is a very interesting Fantasia spell we
Ooh.
have here. Because class
Mm,
bonus on enter, you draw and discard, but that's not the thing that matters. What matters is the second line of text is whenever a champion you don't control levels up, you deal 2 damage to it. So as long as uh, Guoji is wanting to level up, they're going to have to take damage every time for that, which just really helps the like aggressive nature of the
mm,
deck.
I think that's a great card when you know you're up against an opponent who levels up, like who goes to 3, and especially in this case for Gembu, you have for Gorja, you want to go to level 2, 3 if you've got the Shinju. Mm,
So that's a free 4 damage then, right? If you go to level 2,
yeah.
that's 4 damage you didn't have to do anything to.
Well, but on the board we can see on Neoniclax, we've got the 1 Fractal Rain, so he's got the double mill from the Fractal Rain and the Fate and the Shinju Fate Stone. But then we've also got the Tidestone Bovine for the additional mill.
Unfortunately, we see that stratagem hit the graveyard there on the side of
Mm,
Gojira. But on the bright side, a Firebloom Flourish was milled by the Genbu trigger. So that is
mm,
good news. Not gonna have to deal with a double Firebloom again. We do see the materialization into Dao Chen level 1 here. And I'm curious to see what we have going on. A Ashwick Cremator, I believe, coming in for 2. And
mm,
then at the beginning of the end phase, if there are no cards in your hand, Ashwick will deal 2 damage to everyone, which is very
ooh,
easy for Dao Chen to do. Activating a Shimmering here for
mm.
2, 7, and then Cremator will go, putting a total of 7 damage.
Well, I do like that. Like you're playing exactly enough cards to put all your cards into memory, just to activate the Ashwick Cremator's effect.
Yeah, that extra damage just adds up, and like, yes, it deals damage to your own champion as well, but that doesn't
Yeah.
matter if your opponent's not like being aggressive. If they're the
Mm,
slower decks, you can afford taking this damage. Because in a race where you're dealing damage to each other, if your opponent's not actually racing, you'll win 100% of the time.
Yeah, I think seeing the like, yeah, if your opponent isn't playing any allies such as like the Frostwall Paladins or I think the Rippleback Terrapin, that's more of a 50-50. You won't see that so often as well, but mainly the Paladins. Then you can kind of go a bit faster and just go a bit more aggressive with your spells.
And here we see a level up into Guoji level 2. And in response, we're going to Shimmering Refractions from Memory here with the Dao
Hmm.
Chan. Gonna go
Hmm.
ahead and draw a card into memory due thanks to that Dao Chan bonus. And I believe there should be an additional 2 damage from the Ravenous. Yep, there we
Hmm.
go. 11 in total on this Guojia, sitting at only 11 total life left.
Yeah, level 1 had already taken 11 damage. And then now I think in this next one, you're now just open to more fire spells. You more fire spells such as like Cinder Geysers, Demolitions, and more like Fireblend Flourish. It's also going to take one more, so he's going to go to 11 from the Flourish. It's not Neoclax has to go a bit quicker, but he's already under pressure.
Yeah, we saw last game, Gembu only had 3 to 4 counters before the game actually ended. So we're at the 3 Gembu counters right now. And it is a possibility that Zeus can just deal 11 damage to Guojia on the next turn. So let's see the options we have here. Ooh, Dispel the Departed. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that
Ooh,
Fire
okay.
Bloom Flourish. Draw a card there. And that is such a great tech card, especially because fractals were going around for so long. Gambu already had main board uh, hate against it.
Mm. I think that was great. He only runs one Expelled Departed, and he opens one.
Sometimes one is all you need. You just need that a little bit of luck on your side, see the one card you have in there for a certain situation, and it gets you right there. Uh, gonna go to 7 counters now, thanks to that Tidestone
Ooh.
Bovine, getting the big old mill. And I have a hefty 8 water cards, I believe, in the grave now. Gembu's getting close to that one-shot potential.
Yep. It's 7. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, by next turn, if he builds even further, but by next turn, he'll have that Gembu. And then we'll see how many cards in graveyard for that Resonating Fugue finish as well.
The
What does
materialization
Zeus have?
of Viridian Protective Trinket is actually
Mm,
very interesting here. It sort of reads to me that Zeus is wanting to be a little bit more aggressive without being interacted with. And yeah, here we see a Rococo, the perfect kind of a aggressive card you really don't want to be interacted with by your opponent. And gonna do a total of 3 damage for the turn, 2 on enter, and then the 1 for the attack, and then a Fractal of Sparks as well. And
mm,
you're gonna start seeing that being used if it's not for its reservable, dealing 1 damage at the end of Neon Clax's turn every turn.
mm-hmm. So that Sparks, is such a cool card. You could deal one to either champion, or you could just use it for reservable. Just like you're taking that kind of like incremental chip damage per turn, which you don't want.
A little bit of respect here coming in from Neon Clax with the Beast Bonder boots, fearing a spell burn, maybe that glowing conflagration again, something of that nature. So wanting to be a little bit more reserved. And we do see Guojia with those 10 counters. Gembu is within flipping distance here. Genblue, it works, right?
Yeah, yeah, as well. So if you're gonna flip your Gembu on either materialization, oh, he hasn't yet. So he's got the hand, so you can pay your to well, you can flip Gembu, pay the 3 pay the 2 for Resonating Fugue, which is the order. Yeah, and then no, pay the 3 for to gain life, and then flip to attack. Whether or not Neon has it remains to be seen.
Yeah, it may be that you just haven't drawn that resonating fugue, so you don't want to flip your Genbu and commit to it just in case there's a way for your opponent to actually remove it. Because once you lose your Genbu, that's it, right? The deck
Mm.
pretty much loses that win con, and you have to go for the stratagem win con or the complete deck out.
I think we talked about before. I'm not sure Diao-chan even doesn't have a skill that can kill a Genbu.
Yeah, I think the only way to actually kill it would be like a glowing conflagration for with a bunch of Fantasias on the field
Mm.
already. And we see Gojia activating a very good card in Lost in Thought, going to be able to recover so much influence just by banishing floating memory from the graveyard. That card is so strong, especially in this Genbu deck variant.
Mm. Like Lost in Thoughts, yeah, like you said, it's a great card. It's kind of now sitting on that category 2 for good reasons,
Mhm.
especially in a mill deck as well. Just looking for that resonating fugue to just finish the game. But on the other hand, yeah, sorry, Zeus is just looking for ways to finish his game as well. He only needs to deal 7 points of damage, and which isn't hard for a burn deck. It's just finding the right cards and then getting through the spell shroud.
And poor Rococo getting refracting missiled here. uh Instantly removed off the field. And I'm
Mm,
very curious if it was needed or not, because that would have put in you to 18 from the Rococo and then 19 from the Fractal Sparks. Oh, there was an Ashwick. Okay.
mm,
That was something scary. And Ashwick coming in for the attack here. Genblue is gonna need. Oh, so in on response to activation of the Ashwick, Genblue's being flipped, and Zeus saying,
ooh,
"Okay, Genblue's flipped. I will give it stealth, so I can
mm,
ignore your taunt, and Ashwick will come in for 2." And now the problem is though, is you now have one card in hand, so Ashwick
mm,
is not going to trigger at the end of the turn. I think a better procedure would be no, because either way, that is a rough spot to be in here. There's now a Genbu flipped, dangerous, hoping there's not a resonating fugue, but let's see what Gojia can do on this turn.
mm,
I believe refracting missiles was paid only 3 on the field right now. There is a Viridian Trinket
mm,
on the field. That is correct. We may have to have a look at that. Tons of influence. I think it might have been
mm.
fully paid for though. There was 5 in hand after the Lost in Thought, so there may be a possibility.
I have to check that as well. But just kind of see what Neon Clax can do here. So he's got his flipped Gembu, so he doesn't need more mill. He's got he's got 3 sources of milling. Yeah, trying to find. I think he's just trying to find that finisher, the Resonating Fugue. Is he opting to materialize the Grand Crusader's ring? Hmm.
Really, the contemplation here
Hmm.
is
The other
Grand
one.
Crusader in to dig deeper. Since you do have your flipped Shinju ally, you can go into level 3 and get that recover 3. Technically
Hmm.
only a recover 1 in this instance because Ravenous Pyre will deal you 2 damage. So it's kind of like, is it really worth it to get the additional buffer, or should you try and dig that 1 card deeper to get the Resonating Fugue? And it looks like we're going to be opting into drawing that additional card. And this is pretty much saying, I'm gonna try and win this turn. If not, you got me.
Mm. Right.
Oh, and a
He's
seaside
just digging.
activation as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, he's just digging. Now this is in response to the Fractal Rain Mills, isn't it? Or he's already been clicked. Okay. Yeah.
Genbu getting a big booty here. A whole bunch of cards, and we see the
There it
resonating
is.
fugue. Yep.
Yeah.
Packing it up, and we're going to a game 3. Whew. Both these decks showing their really honestly, they're like why they're 3-0 right now in this event. Very
Mm.
strong like kill turn potentials from both these styles of decks.
Do you think Zeus had to like I think once that the Beast One boots was materialized, I noticed Zeus just changed how he played and went a bit more cautious. Cautious or slower. Since all his spells all his attack all his cards are spells basically. Finding the
Yeah,
right time. Hmm.
I would have liked to see Zeus use that Fractal of Sparks more to do a little bit of ping damage. I think that could have helped change the tempo just slightly a little bit in their favor. But in the end, just the amount of influence that you're able to build playing Genbu, it just
Mm,
overruns your opponent at a certain point. You really have to stop them before they get to that tipping point with that big lost in thoughts, or if they fill up their graveyard just enough.
mm, mm. So, do you think there would have been time to materialize the sensor of restful peace?
The sensor wouldn't have done much in that particular match that
Mm,
or in that game just because he didn't really use floating besides the draw. The main
mm.
killer was the water cards, so a lantern I think would have been more beneficial in that situation. But holy moly, what a start. 2 fractal sparks and a fire
Oh,
bloom flourish. This is an aggressive attempt from Zeus here. As long as Neon doesn't see dispel the expel the
the
this is
pilot, yeah.
like a perfect setup,
Mm.
yeah.
So we can see a stratagem bit. So he's opening the imbue, got a stratagem, got a resonating fugue. So he's got his two pieces that he can kill his opponent with. Let's see. Now he's just got to set up and build towards those two. Hmm.
And the problem is I don't think you have enough time because we already see a materialization into Dao Chen. You're more than
Ooh.
happy to do this because of Fire Bloom Flourish on the field.
Mm-mm.
Fractal Sparks are now unlocked with dealing damage. So we're looking at minimum 3 damage a turn, and I believe that's an Ashwick.
That no, that's a Searing Rebuke.
Oh, that's a Serene. You are correct. And we're going to be taking
Oh,
6 damage
yeah.
here from the
Mm-hmm.
Fractal of Sparks pinging the enemy champ or your own champion, which triggers Serene Rebuke, dealing 3 damage back to the enemy. That's a very good value trade.
That is probably like a really good one of the best ways to use Searing Rebuke. Yeah, it is a great like defensive option. You can prevent 3 that would be dealt to your champion from your opponent. However, you can also just use it and then ping yourself with your own spells.
Neon, though, a revitalizing cleanse, recovering 5, just undoing that turn that Zeus
Mm,
had, drawing a card, and then we're going into Gojira here.
mm. I really like revitalizing cleanse. It's really good because it throws off so many aggro players like their math. So now they're gonna have to they math out for exact lethal, and then you just kind of you recover and just like throw it out the window for them.
Shimmering for 3 from the memory for Dao Chen
Yeah.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Draw back in. So sort of like a push and a pull, a game of tug of war with the life totals here. 4
Mm,
for Neon, and it's going up and going down. And to think if there was not that revitalizing cleanse, Neon would be and close to, I believe, 11 damage or 9 damage total. And
Mm.
man, that could just be the end of the game if Zeus got one more turn.
Exactly, yeah. Like he math for you can math for lethal. And now you've got to you recovered 5. Yeah, recovered 5, and now you have to well hit him even harder again. Ooh.
I would never like to see the unbroken Mustang milled off of the bovine,
Mm,
because A, it doesn't count towards those water cards in the graveyard for the Ganbu, but also
mhm,
it's a very good utility ally that can break a lot of these tools Zeus has, like trinkets or the Everflame staff.
mm. Yeah, that Everflame stuff, it does, yeah, it has a memory cost of 0, but can be destroyed, or can also destroy the Sense of Restful Peace, because it also costs 0. But milling it feels bad. Ooh.
Ooh, another Fire Bloom flourish for the side of Zeus here. And
Oh,
we see a glowing conflagration as well. Uh, gonna be for
no. I
5 in total.
think there was a Searing
All th
Rebuke before that.
no,
Oh, no.
he
Oh,
kindled the Searing Rebuke from the
oh
graveyard,
yeah, yeah.
reducing the cost by 1.
Ah, yes. The introduction of Kindle has now kind of like amplified these burn decks. Being able to reduce the reserve cost is really good.
Yeah, you're pretty much rewarded for playing the game as normal.
Yeah.
Is because like fire cards will go into the graveyard no matter what. So with the Kindle mechanics, it's just like, oh, I can now take advantage of me just have played stuff prior.
Yeah. Glowing conflagration, dealing 5, puts Neon to 10.
And what is Neon's response this turn? Because
Mm,
you're gonna be at 11 at the end of your turn because there's an awake fractal sparks right now.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so it's just like, how do you survive this next turn? You're Do you need to materialize into Gojia level 2 already just to get that buffer? Is it too risky to stay on 1? But if you do that, you're not going to get any like card advantage through backup charger or Grand Crusader's ring. You have no floating memory, so you would have to lose 2 memory to even get to level 2. So it's a really tough position, and really probably wishing you had that horse in your hand instead of that graveyard.
Mm. So he's opted. So I think we're now on Zeus's. No, 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 we're not. We're on Neon's turn. So yeah, so he's now just pondering what to materialize here. He's counting a bit of math. Hmm. Possibly might maybe if you can get Beast Bomb boots can be activated via the Tystone Bovine.
If you want to go more defensive, yeah. Beast Bomb
Yeah.
Boots, as long as you have an animal or a beast, you'll be able to get that Spell Shroud here. But it looks like we are opting into Guojia level 2 as discussed,
Mm.
removing those 2 cards from memory, and gonna value a little bit of that HP buffer here. And you also get to get a quest counter or draw a card. Honestly, your choice. I think in this situation you would probably just want to draw a card, but instead we are opting into getting a quest counter. So counting here. Oh,
And
because
there goes
Genbu, Fractal of Rain, and Bovine will mill you to 8. So you can be there. And if you have Fugue in hand, you
Mm.
could kill this turn.
Well, it goes to 8, but he needs one more because Gimbo needs 9.
Oh, 9. You're correct.
Yeah.
I miscounted there.
Hmm. If he's got like if he's got a conniving plans, he can play that in prereq from hand to get that last mill.
Bovine coming in the red zone, lost in thought, and another bovine. 2 more floating memory that's just not usable thanks to that sensor.
Mm.
3 down, another bovine. We do have another bovine.
It is, yay.
We are officially at the 9 Genbu counters, but with only, I believe, 2 cards in hand, Genbu's not going to see any flip action.
No, I don't think so. Zeus can win this without. Well, it doesn't matter whether or not there's a Gimbo on board. You can kind of win without it, since it's mainly spell based attack damage.
So we already
For
know
most
we're
of it.
going to 17 because of the 2 Fire Bloom flourishes.
Mm,
Potential of 19 because of the Fractal Sparks. If we get the Everflame Staff, it would be 22, which would be lethal, but looks like we're opting here into a Smoke Bombs in fear of the Genbu flip, I'm
mm.
assuming. Maybe we're looking at like a Ashwick or a Coco that's going to be coming in hot, and I believe that is the Ashwick indeed, coming in for 2, going to be 19. And if Zeus is able to go completely no cards in hand, everything down in memory, that Ashwick's going to deal an additional 2.
I actually like that. So that now this different from the last time. He's calculated that extra draw from the smoke bombs. So I think he needed, yeah,
And
he needed
just
that
like
extra card
that,
from the smoke bombs. Mm.
Zeus will be 4-0. Fire Dao-chan taking down Genblue. What what a very, very like quick way to end it. But that's aggro
Mhm.
for you, right? It sometimes
Yeah.
just catches you off guard, deals crazy amounts of burst damage, and end a game. The double Ashwick, the reason it was like once that second Ashwick came down and Neon just ended up picking up the cards because at the end of the turn, if since Zeus had no cards in hand, 4 damage was going to be dealt to both champions, and
Yeah.
Neon only had 2 total life left, so
Mhm.
that is
Mhm.
dead on board. But
Mhm. Mhm.
wow, what a great game! What a great matchup. Glad we got 3 games out of it. We got to see both decks, both players operate exactly how they wanted to do. So super happy that we were there to witness and experience a best of 3, all 3 games.
I mean, we tonight we got to see 8 different decks. This one. So
Hmm.
no, like we didn't see any like no duplicates or any metas besides like Gimbu, but we did manage to see 8 different decks tonight.
We did, and I love the uniqueness. We talked about it at the start of it. This is sort of the testing grounds, the off season, the let's have some fun, play new things sort of Yeti, because this is our Yeti, the road to the gauntlet,
Mm.
road to the world championship starting June 26th in Anaheim, California. Mark your calendars. You're not gonna want to miss this live stream that will be happening. I have some keynotes that production is gonna be on fire out there. A lot of cool special surprises. So you don't want to miss it. It is a monumentous occasion, the second ever World Championships for Grand Archive. I'm going to be commentating out there. Freedom's going to be watching and supporting their head off during the whole thing. So, we'd love for everyone, if you can't make it, to just tune into the stream and enjoy everything to come. I'm sure you're going to see a bunch of cosplays on stream as the cameras go around the venue. I know there's going to be player interviews. There's going to be just so many things happening. And even if you can't make it to Worlds, I know every Ascent Weebs of the Shore does a giveaway for like a VIP package of that event. So you can also try and win and participate in that kind of stuff as well. You could have your own Ascent at home.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, but yeah, we super excited. This Yeti Road to Gauntlet Worlds. If you really did enjoy tonight, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to Serene Balance Productions. Production is doing a great job. Shout out to the production crew here tonight, keeping everything moving really slowly, or not slowly, really quickly and smoothly. And then go ahead and hit that like button. I'm no longer asking, you should just do it because I think live stream has definitely deserved it here. And then if you want to play in these Yeti championships, Yeti events yourself, go ahead and click on the description down below and join the Discord. These events are completely free to join into. You don't need to pay any money, and it's a great way to get practice, meet new people, and just have tons of fun. And so that is everything I really needed to talk about here, Freedom. Any closing thoughts on your end?
Just a brief reminder on some of the events at Worlds, right? So we've got Path of Steel, we've got Path of Silver, we've got Path of Cosplay as well. We've got all those side events you can do. You've got the draft events. One particular event that I want to highlight is the Distorted Reflections starter deck event. So that will be premiering the Worlds will be preparing the starter decks for the next set. I think like a month before public release.
Mm-hmm.
So you will be able to enter and receive one of the new starter decks of Seal and or Diana as well, and you will get that ahead of everyone else.
That is very cool and very fun because you actually get to keep those decks. Like you don't
Yeah.
have to give them back. Those are yours. You can't play with them at official events, but you get a taste of Distorted Reflections before anyone else does, and that I think is amazing that they're willing to do that for you.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like for tonight we've had two players who finished 4-0. So Zeus and Edward. Yeah.
And
So
we've
that
seen
Fireburn Dalchan.
both of them on stream as well, right?
Yep.
So it was the Fireburn Daochan, as you said, and the Wind Ally Air Sauna Potion brew deck.
That's nice. So we'll probably see a lot, I think quite a few players will be trying these decks out at their own locals. I might.
Yeah, definitely worth a shot on that one.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I think that's it from me.
All right, everyone. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night and day.
Thank you very much. See ya.